I'm just gonna see, we did check sound. Director Pike, do you want to check your sound? He's got to go get his earphones. Do we have Jess? Okay. And we have everybody else? Yes. Okay. Welcome, everybody. August. We can see the sky. Begin by acknowledging and respecting the Indigenous people within whose traditional lands we are meeting today. I ask for adoption of the agenda, please. Thank you, Hewitt. Second, Lockwood. Discussion. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Adoption of the minutes. Thank you. Any corrections, edits? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Director, CAO.
Yep, to the chair, just want to introduce Yvonne Patterson. She's online. I don't know where she might be out in the field somewhere, but as a result of Amy Wilson being appointed to the temporary position in the Human Services, there was kind of a waterfall effect of responsibility, and then we hired Yvonne to kind of fill as what was left over in that operations department on a temporary basis while Amy's in that GM role.
Thank you. Now we'll go to our delegations. We do have Michael and Anna here from Walrus. I was trying not to say Walrus, Ministry of Water, Land, Resource Stewardship, to talk about turkeys and population augmentation. I see Michael. Will you be doing the presentation from that end? And Camille, actually. Hi, Camille.
Good morning.
Good morning. Check your sound, Michael, as well.
Yeah, good morning.
Welcome. So you have a presentation for us.
Yes, we do.
We're about 20 minutes for delegation. So you want about half that time for minutes. I'll give you a little sign like this when you're close to 10, just to give you a heads up. And then we'll do the question end. So thank you so much. Over to you.
Okay, thanks.
Thanks. Hello, everyone. Thanks for your time listening to us today. My name is Camille Roberge. I'm a wildlife biologist with the BC Ministry of Water, Land and Resource Stewardship. And I'm here today on behalf of Anna McIndoe, our wildlife section head. And I'm joined by my co-presenter, Michael, who's a biologist with the Alberta Conservation Association, and he's the lead on this project. So today we're just going to share with you a brief overview of the Turkey Translocation Project, which has been successfully operating in the Kootenays for the last 4 years, and we've collaborated with 6 different communities during that time. So I'll turn it over to Michael now. Thank you.
Okay, I'll share my screen. Just a minute. Can everybody see that?
Yes.
Okay, so good morning, everybody. Thank you for the opportunity for us to present on our wild turkey translocations that we've been doing now for 4 years. Sorry. There we go. Okay, so in 2022, we submitted a ministerial request to trap and relocate turkeys from BC into Southwest Alberta. And the residents there in BC had been submitting complaints to the various governments and municipalities about the growing wild turkey population in several of their towns. And there are a few predators in these communities, a lot of fruit-bearing trees, bird feeders in the yards, and residents are feeding them as well. And these town populations just aren't being harvested by hunters given their location. So here's an example of the damage or the problems that turkeys create when they're in the towns. The back door of this residence and radium is piled inches high with turkey droppings, just really unusable. And the photo of on the right is a turkey roost tree in the town of Invermere. They kill the trees over time if enough of them use the trees long enough, and they just do a lot of damage overall in the towns. They can fly through windows, damage vehicles, and they could also become a bit aggressive at certain times of the year. And these are just images from the town of Kimberley where they take over the sidewalks as they move through the neighborhoods. So the way we're trapping the turkeys in these communities, we're using a box trap that's constructed of 4-inch steel mesh. It's 8 feet by 16 feet. It's easy to handle, simple to use. We pre-bait it, and the turkeys enter the traps themselves when there's enough snow cover on the ground through the funnel. And otherwise, we use a drop door to trap them inside. And it's simple, it's efficient, it's fairly discreet and well suited for that urban environment. And then we go into each trap, we cover it with tarp to sort of prevent them from flushing up. We go in, we hook them by the legs and box them individually into turkey crates. And then we bring them back to our pens where we disease test them for avian influenza and a few other things. And we hold them in these pens while we're awaiting the disease test results.
Did you freeze?
And so they can roost at night,
Oh,
water, and check on them daily. And we also have cellular trail cams in there to monitor them as well. And then the release locations on the Alberta side, they're primarily situated in Alberta's ranch country. So these are large open spaces where landowners feed livestock, ideally through the winter months, because the turkeys really do depend on a winter food source when the winters get especially tough. And the ranchers and their families get involved with the releases, and they're great at keeping us informed on how the turkeys are doing out there as well. And to date, we've translocated a little over 600 turkeys from BC into Southwest Alberta. And it's really a win-win for those BC residents that want them gone from their yards and their neighborhoods, and for Alberta, where we want to boost our turkey populations. And then last year, we began fitting some adult turkey hens with GPS-style transmitters. And this year and last year, we fit tags onto 30 resident birds, so birds that have been in Alberta at least a year or more, and then 30 newly translocated birds that were just brought in that winter, so we can contrast their survival, movement, and nest success. And this is just an example of an email that was sent to us the first winter we were working in the Castlegar area. This is in Area F, just north of Nelson, across the bridge along the 3A. But this resident had heard we had been in the Castlegar area and sent us this email asking if we would come take 40 turkeys away that live there year round. They poop everywhere where the kids are playing, just very obnoxious. And this is another example of an email that we received this past year. Similarly, he had heard we were in the Castlegar area and he wanted to take part in the relocation program. He said he has 20 to 30 birds that stay on his property throughout the year. And this is in the Pass Creek area. And he says there are several other flocks around. So maybe there are areas at the south end of E that might have turkey problems. We just don't know where all the problem birds are. So any information would be really helpful. And then this past week, we also received another email from a few residents in the Slocan Valley and the Passmore area that would like their problem birds taken away. They're causing a lot of problems there. So this year, this upcoming winter, we're hoping to focus our efforts between Castlegar and Nelson, and we could do that with your support. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, I'll just quickly wrap up. So yeah, thanks for your time today. So the continuation of this work requires a Wildlife Act permit, and the Alberta Conservation Association has submitted their permit application to the province, and our decision maker is expected to review and make a decision within the next 1 to 2 months. So we're respectfully asking the board to consider providing a letter of support for the project. We'd also like to acknowledge and sincerely thank the directors who have already provided emails of support to Anna McIndoe. And offering for any directors who might not have heard of the project, if you would like to support, to also provide an email of support to Anna McIndoe. These letters and emails really help to demonstrate local government support, and they're really valuable for a decision maker to consider during the review process. So thanks for your time and for your interest.
Thanks, Camilla and Michael. We do have a few questions.
Sure.
We'll go over to them now. So Director DeBoon, go ahead.
Well, thanks for talking turkey with us. I'm a retired conservation officer from Preston. When we were trapping turkeys in the Crested area back in the 90s. We were sending them through with Idaho Fish and Game down to California. And our biologists locally and provincially did not want them moved within the province. And I think slide 3 tells you why. It's be careful what you wish for. The other thing that you're moving them to cattle country, and one of the problems we had was turkeys contaminating cattle feed. So when cattle were in feedlots, the turkeys were in there a lot. So I guess it's, again, and be careful what you wish for. I don't know if you're having those problems yet, but if they become large in number, you may regret doing this because of the problems they've caused locally. So it's just from my own experience, and I don't know if you've had any of those type of problems yet. And if not, I anticipate you probably will.
Yeah, turkeys were first introduced into Alberta in the 60s, and the numbers did get fairly high initially, and most of these ranchers had turkeys in the past, so they are aware of what they can do. We're definitely not releasing them near feedlots. These are like winter feed grounds where they're spreading green feed and whatnot. And we have placed some automated feeders out there too, when where we're just lacking that. And we do understand that they could create problems. We all know that. And the ranchers know that, and they're okay with that. And we're willing to also, mitigate any issues that do come up if they come up. So yeah, it's a wait and see, but yeah, everyone's aware of what could happen.
Thanks.
You good? Director Papa.
Yeah, thank you. This is not a question. This is just a comment, and I'm glad that you've received complaints from residents in the Slocan Valley. The primary area that has received a lot of trouble from turkeys is Crestova, where we have Linden Lane Farms, one of the biggest farms in the area. And the turkeys are causing problems there. So I put a plug in for Crestova. Thank you.
Thank you. And I can think in terms of their presentation, if you want to write a letter of support, you do that.
I did.
Okay, great. Weatherhead.
Thank you, through the chair. Besides the for game purposes as to be what they were first introduced for in the 60s, is there any other benefit to Alberta to have these non-native wild species?
That is ultimately the goal, just to have more hunting opportunity. Like the places where we are releasing them, we're asking, that they don't allow hunting for the first several years because we want the populations to expand. But ultimately, that is the goal. There is a very high demand for it in Alberta, and it's very limited. It's actually a draw system here, where only 50 tags are awarded each year, and those 50 tags aren't even being filled each year. And it's a very different situation from what BC has. You have a spring and a fall season, and 3 birds, in the year that you could harvest, and it's a tom bearded bird only season in the month of May here. But ultimately, yeah, it is to increase hunting opportunity, but it's going to take a long time, I think, before we get to anything close to what you might have.
Thank you. Just supplemental to that, perhaps someone, our colleagues know, then is there any way of helping some of these overpopulated turkey areas by allowing more tags per season through Fish and Wildlife?
I think you'd have to ask the CEO in the province that question.
Could ask me that question as well.
Could you ask
It's a
Through the
safety
chair,
issue.
Director DeBoon, if you could just make sure everyone can hear you.
Right,
Thank you.
sure.
Go ahead, DeBoon.
Yeah, it's a safety issue. Turkeys occupy places where the barns, houses, and so you have to be very careful when you hunt them. And I think that's why they've increased in numbers to cause a problem, because where they are is not the safest place to hunt them.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, it is those towns and communities where we're focusing our efforts. We're not going and translocating turkeys from the big open wild areas.
Thank you. That is all we have our questions. I'll note, when I lived in Meadow Creek, I raised domestic turkeys, but they looked exactly like the wild turkeys. And that was really fun to watch them fence to fence. And they don't taste as good when they're wild, but it was a fun project with my son. In terms of a letter of support, Paige, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Sorry, maybe I missed it. Where's the funding for this coming from?
Various, we've received funding from several fish and game associations here in Alberta, and then ACA ourselves were funding a big part of it. But yeah, various funding agents, volunteer groups and fish and game associations and ACA.
And I will
Excellent.
note that the province of BC doesn't have a budget for this project other than staff time to help out and, reviewing applications and such. It's, the funding is from Alberta.
And like this wild turkey population was originally a domestic population. It's an invasive species, right? Turkeys aren't native to BC.
That's correct.
Yeah, they're invasive.
Thank you.
Very invasive.
In terms of process, when it comes to a letter of support, we don't take action, post a delegation, but if any of our directors want to make that motion for next month, we will debate it then. So we'll wait to see if one of our directors comes forward with a request for a letter of support.
Okay, thank you.
Thank
Thanks.
you. All right, thank you so much. Have a great day and thanks for your work.
Okay, thank you.
All right, directors, we are on 3.1.1. Welcome, Director Lund. Sorry, didn't see good morning. 3.1.1 Nelson and District Recognition.
That the RDCK board approved renewing the municipal service agreement with the city of Nelson for the Mobi wheelchair services over here by Lakeside for an additional 3 years, starting on May 1st, 2026, and ending April 30th, 2029, and further the board. This would be authorized to execute the agreement.
Second.
Thank you. Discussion. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried.
And then 3.2, the board authorized staff to work with the city of Nelson to increase the maximum parking lot time limits at the Nelson and District Community Complex for from 2 hours to 3 hours.
Thank you. Second, this is participants only weighted. Discussion. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried.
3, that the board authorized staff to negotiate and enter into a long-term facility use agreement with the Nelson Leafs Hockey Society for use of the Nelson District Community Complex for 3 years, August 1st, 2026 to July 31st, 2029, and the option to renew for 2 additional years. And further, the board chair and corporate officer be authorized to sign the agreement upon successful negotiation.
Second.
Thank you. All vote weighted. Discussion. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried.
And finally, that the board approved the RDCK enter into a 1-year concession service agreement at the District Community Complex with GSL Group commencing on September 1st, 2026, and ending August 31st, 2027, with the option to extend for 2 1-year periods, and that the board chair and corporate officer be authorized to execute the agreement.
Chair.
Great. Can you second it and then discuss it?
No.
Would anyone second this? Okay. Thank you. Smink. For discussion, go ahead, Noel.
I have a couple of questions.
Go ahead.
First of all, I voted in favor of this motion, deciding vote. If that may have any weight in what I'm going to ask. My first question is through to Stuart. Can a commission, board, award a contract that is in contradiction to staff recommendation from their process.
Through the chair, as long as it remains within our purchasing policy process, yes.
Supplemental?
Yeah, I've got a few. I'm gonna have to process this, so if I pause for a moment, I don't have a specific, I need some answers before I can ask them. What would be the process at this table for the commission to reconsider a decision of the commission? In other words, if I want to change my mind.
To the chair, if you want to change your mind, then you would vote against this motion.
Okay. Sorry, everyone, so we'll vote against the motion. Okay, okay, we'll see if it's seconded.
It is, it's on the floor.
Okay. Thanks. Speak to motion.
You have, I'm gonna go to Schmink and then I can come back to you. Schmink, go ahead.
We refer this back to the commission for reconsideration.
You can also do that. I do have Craig that just popped on. I just want to check what he might have to add to the discussion, but yes, thank you. That is an option. Refer back to the commission depending on timing. Craig, was there anything you want to add to this?
No, through the chair, I was just listening to the conversation, and if asked any specific questions, I can answer.
Okay. So yes, that is the other process you could do. So hold on.
Okay, it's not my turn.
I just want to ensure that everyone has a chance
Yeah,
because
no,
I do
fair
understand
enough.
what you
I
want to
didn't
do.
get to ask my
Go ahead then.
ultimate thing, but I don't wanna, I was bad enough yesterday, I'll probably be better today.
Go ahead, Director Newell, and then
I'd like to move referral to the upcoming commission meeting. I think it's in August 26th, if I'm not mistaken, to revisit it. Refer this to that meeting.
okay. Now we have a speakers list, which is likely not on referral. So technically, are you seconding that referral?
No, I have a question on referral.
Can you hold your referral? Let's go through the questions. Okay, thank you. So I do have pop off before you, Paige.
Yeah.
Pop off, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. That was exactly my question. Can it be referred?
Yeah, we just clarified that, Schmidt. Paige, over to you.
Okay, so I guess this is a question to staff, though I'm certainly curious about Director Newell's concern on this topic since we don't have a majority of commission at this table. This has gone out through a process. We've already voted on it. We have a September 1st start. How does this impact potential starts that have been communicated through the bid process? Does this put us in any kind of constraint or problems? Is it okay to refer this off to August and come back in September board or October board or November board?
Yeah, through the chair, after the
Go ahead,
commission. Yeah, thanks. Through the chair, after the commission meeting, staff did reach out to the proponents to let them know the result of the discussion with the commission and the motion going in front of the board. So we have drafted an agreement for the successful proponent in anticipation of the board discussion. What this referral would do is delay at least until the next board meeting, a decision to award this. So it would be as soon as possible after the next board meeting, if possible. If the decision was reversed, then we would certainly have to have that conversation with the second proponent and as whether they could start as soon as possible. But right now, we are anticipating the successful proponent be ready to go on September 1st.
I think from a time perspective, if it went back to the commission, you're looking at a September board approval. If the proponent changed, then you're looking at least October before they would start. That's what I'm hearing, right?
Supplemental?
Yes, go ahead.
Are we in any way able to change the extension options? Like, I think we heard at commission, this will be coming back before the next season regardless to see if we want to extend this another year. It's not presumed on either side.
Through the chair, that's not an automatic renewal. That would have to come to commission and then board to renew that based on any direction staff are given about the operation of the concession, certainly evaluating the performance of the concession services and then making the recommendation to the commission and then the board to renew. But in the meantime, commission could always give staff direction to not renew.
Okay, so I think I'm opposed to referral for those reasons that we can get to the city here.
Thank you. Yeah, the motion states this would go to, it's a 1-year contract. Lockwood.
I know this is not my, it's just curious. If the proponents have already been told that it's only the process of going through here, is there any opportunity for those proponents to legally sue the board, the RD, whoever, that they didn't get it? Just because it hasn't gone through this process.
For the chair, if it gets referred.
Yeah.
If it gets referred, no, there would be no grounds for anything on that. However, the current recommended proponent from the commission meeting, if that got changed to a different proponent and the report has outlined that the proponent that staff was suggesting has rated so much higher, and then we switch to a different proponent mentioned in the report, that's what next. You've got a proponent who knows that they ranked higher and that it's been changed to a different proponent. Or to someone else.
Can you put your name on the list, please? McFadden.
Yeah, just a really quick question, just because it sounds like we might have to go on referral. If this gets extended, so now you don't have a start date of September 1st, does that mean that the concession is without a working concession for that extra month that it's gonna take?
Yeah, through the chair, that's potential. We have filled in the past with temporary concession operators, but it would be logistically challenging in this situation if we were to try to get somebody for a month at a time.
Thank you. And Schmidt.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Is it, Madam Chair, is it possible to defer this decision until later on in the meeting so the three directors could actually have a quick conversation?
Procedurally, you can table a motion. It's currently on the floor. You can table it. I would just note your full commission is not here, so but yes, you do procedurally, you can table. Right.
Okay. Through the chair, they could table, but the Director Schmidt is not on the commission.
Mm.
And you have to be careful about whether or not you're having a commission meeting
Right.
during this meeting. So through the chair, I would not recommend tabling it for the purposes of a side discussion.
And I would suggest having a table just for the purpose of clarification between the directors.
You are proposing tabling it?
Yes,
So that would just move it to later in the meeting.
yes.
And you have been noted that that's.
Yeah.
Okay, tabling, Ange, can you remind me again of the second and a motion?
So it would be postponing
Postponing.
the item until, we could pick an item that you want to address it at, or at the end of the meeting, but it would be postponing the minutes.
Okay. So there has been a motion to postpone it. Is there a second? Is that a second, Kate? Okay, and we discussed postponing? No. All those in favor?
Sure.
Opposed? Okay, so we will postpone until before it's entered.
Or after the morning break.
We'll put it at the end. Just so that we stay on track with everything else. There's other big conversations today. Okay, so that is postponed. Can you put that right before in camera, Angela? Okay. Area A, Economic Development Commission.
Yes, so there are two recommendations. One is all vote weighted because it's financial, the other is all vote. So I'd like to move that the board approve an amendment to the 2026 financial plan for area S 107 Area Haven as stated.
Second. Thank you. Discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried.
Second one, simply all vote. Move the board approve grant allocation of $10,000 to South Kootenay Lake Services Society for the 3D inversion of the phase 6 dam.
We have second. Thank you. Discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? Passed. Garden District Rec Commission.
I move that the board authorize staff to negotiate and enter into a facility use agreement with the Castlegar Hockey Society for the use of the Castlegar District Community Complex from August 1st, 2026 to July 31st, 2027, with the option to renew for 2 additional one-year terms, and that the board chair and corporate officer be authorized to sign each agreement upon successful negotiation.
Is there a second?
Oh, yes. I'm like reading it and then.
I can't reach you.
Discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Violence directors, if you.
We delivered, there was a package that we never picked up.
Paris?
Sorry about
Paris?
Yeah.
Thank you. We do not need to read motions verbatim. If you want to summarize, that's great. Thank you. Water Services Committee.
Non-verbatimly, we are thinking about trying to support non-RDCK water systems. And so we have this motion that you've all read that I'd like to move.
Second.
Thank you. I am, and this is participants weighted. I am just going to speak quickly that through the 9 community planning meetings we held for Area D in the last couple of weeks. Area D only has 1 RDCK water system and about unknown amount of non-RD owned, all community run. They do great work, but this and water system support was one of the biggest issues communities are facing. So I did, I know too, sorry, Village of Castle delivers on the other one. We own the pipes in the ground. Yes, so 1.5, I'll say. Thank you, Uli. Just wanting to note that this actually is something I refer to quite a bit in our community planning conversations, and residents were grateful that we were looking at how can we support through governance and guidance. So thank you for that. Weatherhead?
Oh, thank you through the chair. Just have a question on I didn't get this clarified and forgot to in the water services meeting was which account pays for the work being done on this? Is it the water service account or is it admin?
Can be a Uli.
The work that is proposed here and that you're directed to do is meant to be paid out of the rural administration contribution to service A103, which holds that administrative portion of all water systems.
Thank you. Good to know, because those are the participants. Schmidt, go ahead.
Thank you to the chair, to staff, I hope that in development of this framework, that they also include corral somehow to limit how many people are gonna be applying at once, because I don't wanna get into a situation where we have 400 people applying for something. So I just in context, just that to be included, that would be nice to see how that it would be included.
Go ahead, Uli.
If I may, through the chair, we have as part of our acquisition strategy already laid out that we limit the numbers of systems that we consider. It is always the board's decision how many we accept, but we currently have limited ourselves in that strategy to 1 to 2 systems per year.
Thank you.
All right, then, all those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Grafton Valley Services Committee. Go ahead.
Okay, there's 4 motions here. I'll start with, first one is that the board approve an amendment to the 2026 year of the 2026 to 2030 financial plan for service F 108. Request an area of B and C to increase grants expense by 77,000 and decrease contracted services by 77,000 to have funds available to support field forward work in the Creston Valley.
Second,
Yes,
and question,
and question.
go ahead.
So the question actually pertains to the next motion, just giving a heads up. I'm good on this first one.
Okay,
That's our procedures.
thank you. Any discussions on this motion? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried, or can we go ahead and have Director DeBoon move the next one and then I'll go to you for a question? Thank you, DeBoon, go ahead.
Second motion then is that the board approve a grant payment of up to $77,000 field forward from Service S 108 Economic Development for the purposes of supporting its capital and operational budgets for 2026.
Second,
I'll second it.
thank you. Vandenberg, go ahead.
Thank you. I'd like to amend this motion for the amount up to 70,000. The reason for it is that the contribution from Area A has been made and it can't be reflected in the S 108 transfer. So in order to accommodate that, if we reduce the amount payable out to the amount that I'm suggesting, 70,000, that allows the influx of money from Area A without overpaying. And then it's really then causing other issues.
Okay, so let's just go to A and Steve, that's a friendly amendment? Or is that, are you seconding that amendment?
Yeah, well, I will second the amendment and I could give a little more clarification if you wanted as well.
If you're good with it, I think we're good with it.
It's later in the agenda.
Okay, so we're changing it to 70,000 from 77. It's an amendment at this time. Further discussion on that?
Just
I'm gonna go to DeBoon.
Yeah, I guess this is a question to that motion. It says up to 77,000, so that gives us the flexibility of anything, so I don't know why we need to change that motion. If it was a precise figure, I would agree with you, but it's not a precise figure.
Let's just check with staff on that real quick, if we need to be precise with that.
Well, through the chair, it's the board's desire whether you want to be precise with it. It's
Okay,
to.
so sorry, Jacqueline, I'll go back to you for explanation.
Yeah, so I do want to speak.
Okay,
Our direction of finance very successfully has been following a board meeting. They generally issue these grants within the remaining days of that month. They can't issue an up to $77,000 check. So Fields Forward will be without money. They're gonna run out of operating funds. Later, you'll see Area A is recommending 10,000 community development because it have to reconvene economic development, S 107 commission to do anything else. You need a hard number or finance can't act on it. Because I've taken action if the board approves community development, you don't need the full 77 based on what was requested. So I strongly support you pick a firm number so finance can issue a check. Otherwise, it'll come back in September, I'm sure, and probably be then locked or stalled till November. And I'm fearful they'll run out of operating funds because they're down to the wire.
so I'm gonna go ahead and suggest that your amendment is removing up to and changing it from 77 to 70, so it's a payment of 70,000. Good, good. Okay, further discussion? On the amendment, all those in favor? Anybody opposed? And on the amended motion now, all those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Okay, go ahead to on the next one.
Okay, the next one is that the board approve the RDCK into a 1-year concession services agreement at the Creston Community Complex with Rick's Iron and Kettle Restaurant, commencing on September 1st and ending on August 31st, 2027, with options to renew for 2 1-year periods without approval, and that the board chair corporate officer be authorized to execute the agreement.
Second.
Thank you, discussion? No.
Question through to someone, is Rick's Iron Kettle Restaurant a local company?
Yes, they are.
Thank you very much.
I only know that because Jacqueline was nodding. No, that's
I have my head down, I'm scared to ask questions.
Further discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. And number 4.
And number 4 is that the board authorize staff to negotiate and enter into a facility use agreement with the Creston Valley Junior Hockey Society for use of the Creston District Community Complex from August 1st, 2026 to July 31st, 2027, with the option to renew for 2 additional 1-year terms. That the board chair and corporate officer be authorized to sign each agreement upon successful negotiations.
Thank you. I have a second from Tierney. Discussion. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. All right, 3.1.6 West Kootenai Lake Committee, Director Hewitt.
All right, I'm gonna move this for discussion.
Okay.
That the board approve the RDCK enter into a lease agreement with Castle Search and Rescue for shared use of the Castle Fire Hall's common areas and lease of an office space for a period of 5 years. And the chair and corporate officer be authorized to sign.
I'll second that. You want to discuss it? Go ahead.
Yes, if there's anyone from fire services on, I would like to, we discussed at our meeting on Monday whether Castle Search and Rescue had an opportunity to review the agreement and provide any feedback. And I hope that that happens so we don't have to actually delay this. Because I really want their input.
Thank you through the chair. It's my understanding that they had a board meeting last night. We have not heard feedback yet. However, if there are substantive changes, we would bring it back to North Kootenai Lake Services Committee next month.
If I can have a supplement, that doesn't, through to staff, that doesn't impact anything that's going on right now with the facility then, correct?
Through the chair, correct. They're already in place in the facility. The agreement is formalizing the fact that they're using the space.
And if I could have another supplemental, does that, should we change the wording of the motion to reflect what was just said by Dan? So that we're not agreeing to something that's gonna go forward and regardless of, because it doesn't sound like there's an option to consider any feedback from Face Autumn.
So we asked that at the shared services meeting and I was gonna amend the motion. Stuart had indicated that that's our standard practice, so we don't need it as an amendment. Anything else, Dan? Okay, thanks. Oh, all those in favor? Any other discussion? Sorry. Okay, all those in favor? Opposed? Joint Resource Recovery Director Papa.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Two recommendations there. The first one is direct staff to undertake a 2026 compost sales plan at the Central, Fortishania, and Crescent landfills facilities and to be available for purchase by customers, and the rates are included in the motion. And further, revenue from the sales plan go to A119 Organics Program East Subregion, and compost sold from the central area and the west subregions go to A120 Organics Program Central and West subregions.
Sir, second. Thank you, Lockwood. Discussion. Newell and then DeBoon.
I'll be very brief, but I just want to acknowledge the 12-year process, our resource recovery review, this and that coming to fruition. It's a pretty major thing actually that we're selling compost and all the stuff we have to go through and the grants and staff and meetings with the public and commit. It was awesome. So anyway, we're here.
Good stuff.
Through the chair to staff, if I may, do we have a proposed start date for this that we can advertise to people? Because there's nothing in the motion or a start date.
Julie.
So is the question if we will advertise the sale of these materials through the chair?
And what the start date would be on that.
Start date.
The start date is not clear yet because it depends on when we complete the screening of the material, so it's ready for sale. But we will communicate that back to the directors when we have materials for sale and we will advertise it, yeah.
Good. I do recall when we originally did the organics conversation, speaking of history, that the ability to get to Class A was at the time seen as very prohibitive and that we would likely only be using it internally. So another kudos to the team to getting us to a Class A level. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Second one, go ahead.
And the second recommendation is purchase of the roll-off hoist for a Triton axle roll-off truck for the central sub-region. And with a cost not to exceed $100,958.78. And the cost to be paid from service one S187.
Second. Thank you, Schmink. Discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Community Sustainability, Director Hewitt as the chair. Go ahead.
All right, we have one resolution coming out of that meeting, and it's that the board directs staff to send a letter of support to Columbia Basin Trust for the College of the Rockies Western Campus of Applied Agricultural Research Project.
Can I amend that before we continue? I just, structurally, it's not a letter from the staff, it's that the board send a letter of support. So can we remove the staff piece? Thank you. Now I'll second it. All right. Discussion. Oh, David, yes, go ahead.
Yeah, it's not on the motion, it's on another piece of business that we discussed that I just wanted clarity on. So it's not on this motion.
Is it on the, like the CSLAC minutes? Is that what you're referring to?
Yes.
Okay, let's finish this motion and then I'll take your question. The board directs.
What's in the letters?
Yeah, thank you. Okay. Further discussion on the letter of support. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Director Davidoff, you have a question on the minutes?
Yes, I've received questions about the governance piece, and we are not making a governance motion here. There isn't one at the board table. We discussed governance and transition of CSLAC to various forms, but staff is still working on that. Is that correct, Chair?
You have item 6.1.3 where the board will discuss what the standing committee, Community Sustainability Advisory Committee might look like. And that is an item on the agenda. If we go to action, will depend on the board. But at this point, we do have that item on the agenda later on.
Yeah, so in terms of process, the question was about process. It was about CSLAC making a recommendation.
Yeah.
And the key thing, CSLAC did not make a recommendation. This is a board recommendation that's coming up later in the agenda, correct?
Correct.
Thank you, Chair.
Amy, I saw you come on. Did you want to add anything to that or?
Nope, just being present for the conversation. Thanks.
Thank you. Okay. Good. Memberships and appointments. I believe this is you, Director Popoff. Go ahead.
Yeah, the following individuals stated in the agenda be appointed to the Slocan Valley Area H South Recreation and Parks Community Advisory Committee for a term to end December 31st, 2028.
Thank you. Do we have a second? Thank you, Tierney. Discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. There's something in chat. Is that just one? Yeah, okay. Here. Okay, under correspondence, we have one letter regarding revenue sharing. Any questions? We didn't write the letter, but good. It's received for information. Bylaws 5.1. You can move these as a block, really? All right. Would anyone like to do that?
As for adoption, we can move them as a block.
Apparently.
I will move them as a block. I will be so bold.
Brave. I'll take a second and then I see David off. Thank you, Vandenberg. David off, are you wanting to pull one of those?
Yeah, unfortunately, about 15 minutes before the meeting, I received a bunch of
Just
questions.
tell me which one you want to pull and then I'll put
The
you on
one
the
for
list.
1670, last one, Chair.
Number 5?
Yeah.
Okay, so 5 is pulled from the block and just hang on tight. Pulled. On the rest of the block, is there any that need to be pulled, Jackman?
Certainly pulled on the block. just to, nothing else to pull, I just want to speak to the water.
Okay, anything else that wants to be pulled? Go ahead, Jackman.
Just because I have them all, I went back 3 OCP amendments, 10 years. This is pretty comprehensive, not everything's aligned, I'm patient to wait for our joint OCP reviews. But I see every one I looked at, especially area A, is aligned with what we asked for. This is pretty detailed correction, I think, of what happened between 2024 and now. But so many numbers, I feel so bad for our public. I really hope at some point they will come out and take an OCP review from bottom up. Because no way anybody can follow this unless you happen to have all the files I have on my computer.
For your staff, and you've been having to follow it all.
Staff can follow.
Thank you. So on the block, all those in favor? Opposed, carried. Now, Dr. Davidoff, I'll go to you for number 5. And
Yes,
it's on adoption, so don't move it. Go ahead and ask your question.
yeah, thank you, Chair. So basically, 15 minutes before the meeting started, I received questions and a telephone call about what was happening in other areas with this amendment, particularly dealing with ag zones, and then why that wasn't in ours. And I really can't vote on this until I speak to staff now. I said I'd get back to the constituent tomorrow, but I can't move adoption of this without clarity. So could I refer it to the September meeting?
Yes, I believe you can. Yeah,
Okay.
go ahead.
So I just moved to refer that to the September meeting to allow for clarity. As Director Jackman mentioned, this is very confusing for our constituents.
Okay, thank you. So it's been referred. Is there a second? Thank you, Tyranny. Anything on referral? September board, yes, thanks, Ange. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Chair directors and alternate directors remuneration amendment. Before we go to third, because once we go to third, we don't generally make changes. I'm going to open it up to the floor for discussion. I got Lunn, Weatherhead. Go ahead, Director Lunn.
Sure. After we had a long conversation last board meeting surrounding a rural municipal director split. And so I wanted to draw the board's attention to section.
Director Lunn, I'm just noticing that it's hard to hear you a little bit. Just want
Yeah, and I have
I'm
an
sorry.
agitation thing, but I'll speak. I'll try to speak louder. I'm not sick. It's a mess. Section 3.5, and it's speaking to the allocation between municipal director and rural director. And so the service split for this stipend for rural directors is calculated at 54% to general administration and 46% to rural administration. And based on the conversation, the rationale for higher compensation for rural directors is for the actual work that rural directors do. So I'm proposing an amendment. I'm sorry. Forward it to Ange, I guess. But just for rural, I'm proposing an amendment to the allocation between rural admin and general admin. So for each rural director, an amount equivalent to the stipend paid to a municipal director will be allocated to general administration, and any amount exceeding the municipal director stipend would be allocated to the rural administration.
Is there a way you can put that motion in chat and circulate it to us? Generally, it's hard to discuss a motion beyond read.
I could email it to.
Or just send it to Ange and she can circulate it.
It's a stimulus.
Go ahead, Stuart.
So through the chair to Director Lunn, just to confirm so right now, 39% of the rural stipend gets allocated to rural admin and 61 goes to general. You're essentially proposing to flip that because the municipal stipend is 39% of the rural stipend. So you're
Yeah.
proposing to flip that allocation?
Yeah, well, in the bylaw, it has just a random amount of 54. Yeah, I could, or flip it, just so that the base rate is charged to general admin for the base work of the board. And then, anything over and above that base rate that's paid to rural directors that is allocated to the rural administration fund, just, it's a principle thing. It's.
Just want to make sure you. Yeah, do you understand what is being proposed here?
Yeah, thanks for the chair, so the.
Yep, can you come up?
Oh, sorry.
We've got people online.
Yeah, correct me if I'm wrong, but through the chair, so I think what you're proposing is the municipal portion or municipal directors stipend as a percentage of the rural directors gets charged to S100. And then the remainder goes to, so it just basically changes this formula.
Yeah.
And then the remainder would get charged to S101, but there's no change to the stipends. It's just
It's just
changing
the
the,
allocation.
Director,
changing the
sorry, it's just
allocation.
really hard for people to hear online, so if you just pause, let them finish. So we're just flipping the allocation, not the rates.
Yes.
Okay, so we still need the motion, 1 second.
Fortunately, I have to send it by. Because I can't copy it.
If you email it to me, I can put it in.
I'll just send it.
I can't access chat.
Not everybody.
I'm trying to get it in both because I can't go between the two.
No, I'm ready. Yeah. Go ahead.
I'm just gonna read it. That the board approved that for attending to the affairs of the district, each municipal director will be paid twice per month. This is not the motion.
Oh.
And
No,
each role director will be paid twice per month from general and rural.
sorry, yeah.
That is not the motion.
I was just. So just afterwards, the service split for the stipend for the rural directors.
Sorry, Director Lund, I'm gonna ask you to work on the motion and I'm gonna go to the rest of the conversation because we need a very clear motion on what we're doing. So I'm gonna get you work
Okay,
on the
yeah.
motion and I'm gonna go to the rest of the speakers. Okay? Weatherhead.
Oh, thank you. Okay, through the chair, so I'm going to throw this out here and I may do this completely incorrectly. I just sent it to Ange. This is based on item 325, which is 212/26 in the remuneration wording. First 6 board workshops attended by a director each year are part of the regular duties, do not draw additional stipend, related expenses paid as per board policy. What I'm proposing is actually rescinding that and replacing it with board workshops attended by a director each year are part of regular duties where attendance shall be counted to draw additional stipend and related expenses as paid as per board policy. And if anybody, I would need a second to be able
So
to
we
discuss that.
need motions written out and sent
I
to
did.
us.
I sent it.
Okay, Ange, do you have that? Ange does not have it. We do not have it.
Sorry, why is it not sending? Okay, sorry, I see why it's not sending.
This is why motions in advance are so critical.
I did send it in advance. But
I-
in advance.
I know I saw it. Ange
Yeah.
did not get it, so that's.
I sent it to Ange, yeah, but that's okay, because I expected to resend it.
Okay, you do. So we're flagging that Lund has a motion we're waiting for. Ange, can you send the motion from Teresa, Director Weatherhead? Do we need to rescind it then, the previous one? Angela, would we need to rescind? Or would we just move the new motion?
To dissolve. Sorry, this thing that I have to be.
Because we haven't adopted the bylaw, can we not just move a new motion, and when we get to third, we're amending the bylaw as per all the motions we get, correct?
Oh, yeah, okay, so sorry, this. We would. We would probably have to do some of that one.
But it's not a motion, it's a section of a report.
It says which is, 212 dash.
Oh, it's the motion.
So it is a recommendation.
We do have to rescind the original motion.
Yeah.
Let's just. Go ahead.
So through the chair, the motion was for staff to essentially amend the bylaw. That's been acted on. You can't rescind a motion that's been acted on. You've gotten to do to now propose an amendment to bylaw 3088, which is a bylaw to amend 2710 to add a section in place of whatever section is in there. And I'll need a second because I'm working on Director Lund's motion right now, but that's the way this has to go, is that you're proposing an amendment to bylaw 3088, which is a bylaw to amend bylaw 2710. And you put in what your section is that you're adding and what you're deleting. So for example, Director Lund's motion will be that an amendment be made to bylaw 3088 to amend bylaw 2710, section 3, subsection 5 from, and then I've inputted what it reads now to, and then what it's going to read. So that's what needs to be done for this, the section that's on board workshops. It needs to say that bylaw 3088 be amended to amend that section from what's in there to whatever Director Weatherhead is proposing. That's the motion.
So I would like to propose, given that I know that there is this motion, that motion, there's two other motions coming forward, and while some of you sent them in advance, I would like to give staff the time to make sure we've got the right motions when they get to the floor. So I would suggest we move to another item at this time and come back to this.
Otherwise, I could withdraw and just flag for staff for the next iteration.
It's okay, it's not that you can't do it, it's just getting it right, and I just don't want us to rush through making sure we get it right. So it's not a problem that there's a motion, we just want to get it right. And so the question right now is, can we just give staff time to work this out? I had Paige and then Cunningham. There's a huge speakers list, none of you are proposing motions, correct?
Not right now.
Okay, because I'm not gonna take any other motions, given I've just asked two to hold on. McLaren Co.
I can believe.
Bob, I know you have a motion, so.
It's not a motion,
Okay.
it's a change to the appendix that's attached, where we put in the enumeration.
We're not making any changes at this moment. If you have a question, you can ask your
It's an addition to the page, just a simple addition, the 39% of.
We're not doing that right now. If you can see, staff are trying to work on two other motions right now.
Fine.
Okay, McFadden.
Yeah, I just have thoughts on, we have discussed this multiple times and even some of the motions on the table. So we had a committee, we said it before, and now we are actually already discussed the motion about whether or not we should be paying for workshops very extensively. So it seems counterintuitive to have another discussion over something we've already talked about twice. So I'm wondering why we have motions coming forward over things we've already discussed or things that we probably should have flagged before the morning of.
Because I feel like this is a bit of a waste of all of our time to continue to do something that we have discussed. And it seems a little like we're just trying to get our own points across, which is frustrating when we have subcommittees that we give this work to, and then we have full discussions, and then we do it again, and then we do it again. So I throw it out there before we jump on discussions and have the same discussion for like the 5th time around this table. And I don't normally say things like that, but it does seem like we are beating the same thing over and over and over again. That's it.
Nope, I'm gonna go with the list. Paige.
That's perfect tee up, so thank you, Mayor McFadden. What occurs to me, because we're, further on, dissolving the committee, is maybe where we've gone off the path is there's clearly an intent to send things back to committee, and maybe what we needed to do a couple meetings back, and maybe what we still need to do is take some of these suggestions and have the committee have another meeting before September board to hash this out a little bit more, something that we can do. Because I agree, it is very difficult to have these discussions here. We've gone back and forth on different pieces when people have been or not been around here, and it feels like we need to send all the suggestions back to the remuneration committee to have another discussion or two before next board. And I know that's frustrating. I just think maybe that's where we've gone often.
So we did actually discuss that last month as well.
Yeah.
And the determination at the time was the committee made its recommendations and they discussed all the items. So you're gonna end up in the same spot. But I do have Pendergraph on the list. Cunningham.
Thank you. Yes, I'm a little bit confused. At this point, we're talking about the original motion that has been mentioned by.
No, we're not. We're waiting for the correct.
Okay,
motion.
can we possibly table that to the end of the meeting?
They're all tabled. They're all tabled. We're only, because there's several motions that are coming in that don't have the right wording. So I've requested that we give staff time to work on those. Right now, we're just entertaining what questions do you have? And not further motions.
So they have been tabled or they're going to be tabled?
Through the
They are
chair,
tabled.
I've got the first two motions drafted. Respectfully, I'd like other motions to be mentioned here as opposed to later so that we can work on them if there was other suggested motions being made, simply so we can get them in the proper format.
So I'm gonna go to McLaren Co.
Okay, thank you, Chair. I won't discuss it now. I have my own motion or amendment to the draft bylaw to propose. But given the discussion, I wasn't here, but I watched the recording of the meeting last month. And given what I've heard on that and what's being said today, I am going to suggest, although not make the motion just yet, that we refer this to the October meeting. Because it'll be post-election. That will be off the table. It'll be for next term. It'll give, obviously not committee, because there's no desire for it to go back to committee. The board wants, the entire board wants to have at least 2 or 3 runs at this, apparently. So we should talk about this as a board. And then the pressure's off in October. It doesn't need to be done until January. So that would be my suggestion, because I have other things I want to talk about, but this is way too complicated. There are too many angles going into this and they're overlapping, and there's not a cohesive way to address this. And having had extensive conversation 2 months ago, having watched the conversation last month, and apparently turning into a whole other conversation today, what strikes me as the problem is we're not working from the same playbook here. We're not all talking about the same information. So if we can take what we need, refer it back to staff to prepare something that we can all look at and review, then we can all make an informed and decision based on the same information.
Can I just clarify what information is not the same that you're seeking?
So the sense,
The staff has the bylaw, they have all the recommendations, they have all the committee reports. So what information is missing, just so we're clear?
The sense that I'm getting is that people are making arguments on the fly, and there's things that are just coming as like at a meeting without preparation. Most of our agenda items, we get to review at least a few days beforehand. I'm not talking about the actual draft bylaw, I'm talking about the rationale behind the amendments to the bylaw.
So I think those
So-
would come from directors, not from staff. Just clarify.
Right, but my point is that if it's it's August now, October is 3 months away. 2 months away. It'll give staff and directors the chance to talk to each other back and forth, to compile something in one cohesive. With respect to the committee, I appreciate we talked to this executive, that the process could be a lot better for various reasons. And the main thing was the lack of input from directors.
Yeah.
So I agree with all the challenges. What I'm trying to suggest is a better process that we can have a more comprehensive review all in one go. That's all.
Stuart, go ahead.
Through the chair, if you're thinking about referring this and giving staff the information to prepare draft motions that then go on the agenda, I would suggest you do it in September. Okay. And the reason for that is the whole point of this process is that this board does not know whether or not they're benefiting or not from the changes that are being put in place for January 1st. If you do it after the election in October, there will be people sitting around the table who know that they're in office on January 1st, and therefore it could be seen as benefiting from that. So the whole point of doing this now, and the reason the committee was struck in February, was so that this board is not determining its own remuneration. Yeah.
Okay, I had Hannah Graff and then Lockwood.
So I'm just going to speak to the workshop aspect right now. The committee put forward that the first 3 meetings be considered part of the duties. Through discussion at this board, it got amended to 6. Now we have, and to my way of thinking, that change was ratified by this board. That should be the end of it. Now we have another motion that we want to get rid of that and do the exact opposite to what we ratified through discussion at this table. At what point does this work become complete? We've talked about it and we've talked about it, and now we want to talk about it again and bring something new. People had ample opportunity to give feedback. A whole bunch of people chose not to do that, which would lead most people to believe that they were okay with their remuneration. How many times do you have to kick the can around before you finally say, it's kicked, it's over, it's done, let's move on? If you didn't give input and you regret that, you'll just have to deal with it next term if you're back at this table.
Thank you, Hannah. My suggestion is that, I think as Stuart said, if I'm wrong here, is that we refer this item and all the motions that are being requested get sent to staff to be included in the agenda in advance of next month. Is that what?
Yes, through the chair, I would say if that's the board's will, that there's further amendments that are desired or you wish to debate, that we do it that way. And I'm going to look through Robert's rules to see if the chair has the power not to allow any motions from the floor on a given item.
Thank you.
Because I think that might be appropriate for September on this item. Yeah.
Would there also be provisions for not revisiting things we've already determined twice or 3 times?
Well, through the chair, I think I said this to the executive, where amending the bylaw the way that it's been done the last couple of meetings is, pardon me, a cheeky way of going through reconsideration without being allowed to reconsider things. So you are allowed to do it because you've got a draft bylaw that can be amended, but I would respectfully say that you should consider the decisions the board has made when you're thinking about your amendments. And there's already been one that's been reversed, right? So there's the consideration that the board made a decision and bringing it back to amend it back to something previously. Like I said, it's allowed. There's nothing that says you can't do it, but it is a form of reconsideration that really is not reconsideration.
Yeah, I know. I've got Lockwood, Weatherhead, Popoff, and Hannah Graff to close out. And then I think we need to, if we're referring this, let's just refer it and submit your.
I don't want to close it. I just want to move the 3rd recommendation.
No, don't do that. Oh, yeah, sorry, I thought you meant 3rd reading. I'm going to ask if there would be a motion to refer this item with the inclusion of submitted motions sent to Yev, Stuart, and myself in preparation for next board in advance of publication. So moved, seconded. Thank you, Paige.
So we don't get to discuss it now because you offered.
We've just
referral.
been discussing.
No, I think that, sorry, I won't speak.
Do you want me to hold referral? Is that what you're asking? Do others want us to hold referral?
Yeah.
I'll withdraw.
Okay, let's hold referral. We'll talk about it now. We'll talk about it again next month and likely in October.
On propriety of holding referral, why don't we call a special board meeting of
No.
directors?
No.
About stipend to discuss this item only, one of them.
Lockwood, go ahead.
I just wanna comment, one of the reasons I'm not running is because of this exact reason. Is that we sit here and waste time, as this got put forward in February, we got a group together, we asked them to make recommendations. I don't know what CAO Horn did to make everybody respond to his policy thing, that he's got such a diverse thing, but I think that there's only 3 or 4 people that responded, or 6 people out of 20. And we have discussed this multiple times, and I'm really disappointed with this board that we don't actually move forward with what the committee has offered. If there's wording that looks like it should be switched or whatever, but doesn't actually change it, then I'm okay with that. But I'm really disappointed that we are doing this, that we're referring it again. We waste time at this board where we could be doing way more production going forward. Thank you for not doing referral.
Okay, thanks. Dr. Lund, I just want to note that your motion was not one ever contemplated, so in no way did you initiate this discussion right
No.
now, and I appreciate what you're trying to do. We just needed the right wording. Stuart's actually been working on it, so we will likely refer this, but I just wanted to note your motion was the one we haven't actually discussed and was pretty logical. Vandenberg.
I just wanted to bring up that I have, while we've been all talking, looking into Robert's rules, and there is precedence other than what we have set for policy. And we pride ourselves in following Robert's rules, but I think we're kind of getting off the weeds. And a refresher on Robert's rules is necessary for us to continue with the logic order of our conversation. And you're right, the motion that Director Lund has put forward does not fit into the rescinding of in terms of Robert's rules, but a lot of this other conversation does. That's all I wanted to bring people like.
Okay, so we are now just, do you need to add anything new to the discussion?
So short.
Go ahead. Oh, sorry, there's a list. I'm sorry, there's a list. You're going to refer this, do we need to say anything else?
I just had a question, actually.
Oh, question, yeah, please.
Yeah, was that it actually, because there was two directors' motions or 3 that came out of last month's meetings, that we did not have time for a rationale to sit down and figure out the rationale on that. In the number crunching that I did I did have a rationale for this motion, which stems from the motions that came forward unexpectedly last month. So my question is would I just be able to provide the rationale? Because
Right now, no.
No.
You're gonna submit your motion,
Okay.
and if it's a repeat, we're gonna figure out if we can even do that, so.
Yeah, well, if we can figure out we can do it, I may rescind, or I may pull it out, so thank you.
Okay, you don't need your rationale now, though.
Okay.
Pop off, is it something new? Or a question?
They just put in a percentage amount in Schedule A.
It's a question.
Just putting in a percentage amount, but in a dollar amount in Schedule A to avoid for future confusion.
It's on the end.
So if it's a proposed change, just submit it.
It's not a change, it's just an addition of a percentage amount with the amount that's already there, 39%.
We're not taking any amendments on the bylaw right now.
It's not the bylaw, it's a Schedule A.
It's a part of the bylaw. Submit it, please. Paige, you had a quick thing. Sorry, go ahead.
I've heard the conversation over subsequent meetings and I just wanna challenge us. This is happening because obviously there is crossed wires and somewhere we're not reaching a conclusion. So let's just temper some of our presumptions beyond. Clearly, something went on with the process where not enough input, rightly or wrongly, didn't land where it needed to land, so the conversation continues to bubble. So that is a reality, and how we move through that reality, the other side of like a shared understanding that we land on, is just gonna be contingent on accepting that and then resolving it. And we can't go back in history and get the other 18 or 12 submissions, something went wrong there, it's no one's fault, let's stop putting that forward and just let's get to the conclusion of our shared understanding of what we want to do forward.
Okay, so I'm not gonna take any more discussion on this item because I am gonna request that we refer the item. We just went through all the speakers of referral, referral. And if you have a motion you'd like to submit, number one, think deeply if you want to do something that has already been discussed at least once or twice at this board. And number two, if it hasn't been, please submit it again. Yeah, Stuart, Angela, myself, in advance of board deadline next month. Can I please take referral on that? No, are you referring it?
No, I'm not referring, I have a question.
We just went through.
I heard it, and my question has nothing to do with what's being discussed. My question was, could we go for a coffee break early while the rest of the paperwork gets done?
No, we are referring this item to next month. As soon as we've done that, you can take your coffee break. Would someone please refer this item? Angela.
So through the chair, should we put a date where we mustn't see the amendments to the bylaw?
What is the agenda deadline for September?
The agenda deadline would
Monday of UBCM.
14th.
So would you like it to be September 7th, the week before?
So if you need it by, it's when you need it to be able to give it to executive.
Yeah, it's.
September 7th or September 11th, it would be. Refer to September 11th with the inclusion of motions coming in by that time. Sorry. This item is referred to September board with the inclusion of any motions being put forward to come into staff by September 11th. Okay, is there a second on that? Thank you. On referral. Everybody clear on the process? Are we gonna work together as a team? If you have motions you wanna put forward, you're really serious about, reach out to your colleague in that meantime, okay? All those in favor? Are you kind of in favor? Anybody opposed? 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, that passes.
I'd like to be recorded, please.
You're opposed to referral? Okay, Lockwood. McFadden, DeBoon, did you want to be recorded opposed?
I don't everybody.
Yes, Lockwood and DeBoon, yes. McFadden, it doesn't matter. Refer to September. And that is motion 1 and 2, but Dr. Handgraf, do you want to move motion 3?
I would love to move motion 3.
Okay, discussion. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you for your work, committee. You are appreciated. I know.
Never again.
As the chair of the board, I am acknowledging your work, your time, your efforts, and your perseverance through every one of these conversations.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Director Cunningham, would you like to take a coffee break?
Yes. Thank you. I was thinking about taking one about half an hour ago, before this discussion started, because for some of us, we're just sitting here waiting for those half a dozen people who would like.
All right, we are back in session. We got Director Gordon, Director Fike. I just want to check with you two, and I know David Ock will be back. Are you good on getting on chat? Did we move through? We had a lot at the table there, so make sure you feel like you're having the space to make sure you get on the speakers list. Yes. Okay, good. Thank you. Good stuff. I know I don't forget you, but sometimes I can't.
Chair, you may not want us on the speaker list.
Appreciate all of them. Okay, so we are on Forensic Kitchener Society, 5.3. This is for adoption. Is there a question before the motion is moved? You bet. Go ahead, Director Tierney.
An electoral area B, comprehensive land use amendment bylaw number 3079, 2026, being a local bylaw to amend the electoral area B comprehensive land use bylaw 2316, 2013 is hereby adopted. And further that the chair and corporate officer be authorized to sign the same.
Do I have a second? Thank you. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Okay, 5.4, with delegation authority, we did have a lot of questions come in advance. Can you put pop up on the speakers list, please? I'm gonna ask, was Mike, right? Yes. Mike has a quick summary based on a lot of the feedback received, before we open up to questions. Go ahead, Mike.
Okay, thank you. So this bylaw responds directly to the report from Sampson. The organizational assessment was presented to the board earlier this year, which flagged delegation thresholds as a priority action item from their work. This bylaw is probably one of the more significant mechanisms that the board has at its disposal to improve organizational effectiveness. And in essence, this bylaw is really about making the organization work better through establishing an effective delegation framework that balances multiple and in some cases competing interests.
Sorry, Mike. You need to be louder.
Okay, sorry. So some of these interests are, and some of the, the major factors that went into determining the content of the bylaw was one, we have this objective to reduce the staff and board time spent on approvals for routine business. But wanting to ensure that the board retains decision-making authority over important matters. There was a desire to relieve the CAO of some of the workload related to routine matters and to allow a greater focus on strategic work, but also to ensure that the CAO is involved in the high consequence decisions. But most importantly, the bylaw is about establishing a framework of effective internal controls and oversight that incorporates risk considerations and which confirms senior manager oversight into the services. So while this is a board bylaw, the impact of this bylaw is really about what happens after the, after the work is approved through the financial plan and what gets done. And this will have a cascading effect on internal processes and decision-making frameworks within the organization that will allow much better business outcomes throughout the organization and improve service to the public eventually. So in staff's opinion, the bylaw as presented here sort of represents the best balance of all those competing interests. We put a lot of thought into building in assurances that significant and high consequence decisions would still be made by the board. The guardrails on staff authority, which are sort of baked into the bylaw in many different places, will still enable significant efficiency gains. So we've tried to keep it fairly limited in terms of the staff authority and built in a lot of assurances to the board that the authority is delegated only in very specific situations and for specific matters. So as far as what happens from here, we recognize this is a very large, very complicated bylaw. There's a lot of information to digest both within the bylaw and the report, and there are large implications for the board in adopting this bylaw. So what is presented here is, consider this a work in progress. We're recommending first and second reading only to open up a comment period for directors where we can incorporate feedback and, come back with proposed changes. It's still a work in progress from the staff side as well. We're as more people look at this, there's other things that have been suggested that we may want to tweak too. So our intention is to bring back a red line version that incorporates all of this feedback. As far as time goes, staff's preference that we're able to complete this with the current board rather than orient the new directors to this. It's a significant amount of work has gone into understanding the requirement for this. But with that being said, this is owned by the board. We, however long it takes in whatever process, we need to go through to ensure that this gets to a place where the board feels comfortable adopting it. that's entirely at the board's discretion. So this is sort of the starting point to initiate the conversation and to get to a delegation framework that everyone is comfortable with and still achieves the objectives that we set out.
So Mike, one of the outstanding questions is what is new in this bylaw?
Okay, so like can you clarify please, like in terms of
Delegating.
delegating? Okay, so, well, essentially, okay, complicated question, but everything in some respects is new in terms of delegation. So what we have currently, we have a CAO bylaw from 1967 that provides some direction to the CAO and how the organization is to be managed. But it also contains a lot of things that haven't reflected how the RDSK has operated for probably 40 years. So it's, you know, we identified that that bylaw is not really an effective delegation of authority. We also have the Officers Establishment Bylaw, which essentially just makes reference to the Local Government Act, which gives staff, the officers very specific powers, but in terms of the management of the organization, which is assigned to the CAO, it basically says the CAO is manages the organization, is responsible for implementing policy and keeps the board informed on the work of the organization. So that, like, without a delegation framework in place, that's what we have to work with, which is we've identified as being entirely inappropriate. So in effect, everything that's listed in this bylaw is new in terms of formal delegation. But as we also identified, there's a great many things that staff has assumed under this sort of CAO powers to manage the organization that is in place. We have policies that provide some direction, purchasing policy and our minimum required insurance for contracts policy, which outline who can make what decisions. But as we identified, those authorities have to be delegated by bylaw. So we've been acting in accordance with policy, but those thresholds and powers that are identified in those policies need to be incorporated into this bylaw, and they have been. So we do have, let me bring this back here. So that even though we have been assuming that those authorities have been delegated or in place in many circumstances, there has not been a formal delegation by bylaw that is required under the Local Government Act, and that's what this is about. So in terms of new, like in terms of things that haven't been acted upon by staff in terms of an assumed authority to act, we'd be looking at, I think there's more than 60 items in Schedule A, different authorities that are delegated, and you apply those across, thousands of business decisions every year. I can only really speak in generalities, but I would say for most of the authorities listed here, most have been acted upon at some point in some circumstance with some, very real qualification around it. But a lot of these things actually have, in daily practice, in order to make the business work, we have some assumptions about what's been in place and what hasn't. So, I can provide an example from my own work that would sort of, shed some light on how staff would interpret that. And, a good example would be the authority proposed here for permit indemnification of a third party by way of contract, right? So there's a specific delegated authority with that. It is, a risk situation that has to be managed by staff. So an example would be, so sometimes in the course of my work, I have to, determine if there's an agreement that we have to sign that requires an indemnification of a third party, and we are, there's no formal delegated authority to do that. I have to determine if it's suitable or not. So every spring.
Yeah, just finish, and then we got quite a few questions. I didn't mean to.
So context is important here. So in terms of providing assurances that the authority that we assume to have isn't being misused. So every spring I sign off on renting rooms for the Ready Grant community meetings. About half of those agreements require us to indemnify the society or the local government whose hall we're renting. we're not bringing those to the board. We assume that, yeah, it's okay to do this. It's a fairly low risk situation, but it's still an indemnification of a third party. So at the other end of the extreme, we have, engineering firms that are doing high risk for us, design work, things like that, that are asking to be indemnified for the work. I'm not comfortable, signing off on that. Those things get escalated to the board. So I just use that as a way of illustrating how we as an organization approach these things. And, part of the inefficiency that comes from not having a delegated authority bylaw is that we escalate things, fairly routine things, but that still, have some risk implications, things like indemnification of third parties that are probably better, in terms of like business outcomes, better dealt with by staff than the board. And that's sort of what we're trying to achieve here.
Okay. So speakers list, I've got Popoff, Vandenberg, Davidoff, Jackman, Schmink, Popoff, go ahead.
Thank you. If I may, Chair, I did have a good conversation with Manager Morrison about this bylaw. And I believe it's a long time in coming. It's about time we had a delegation of authority bylaw. Although when I go through there, and I'm going back, when I first got elected in 2008, I sat with the CEO, Jim Gustafson. And basically we defined, he defined what the authority is of a director and how staff relates to the director. And I'm really, really surprised of how much delegating that we did in that delegation bylaw, that how much authority we delegated to staff. So, and I'm looking towards the future, not necessarily this board, but we're having an election here in October. We're gonna have new board members. Some of us are retiring, some are not gonna get de-elected, whatever happens. But I would support giving it first and second reading, but I'd like to have in that further clause that we have a workshop with a subject matter expert that we attended, myself and Director Hewitt attended at FCM, George Cup. And he has been around for quite a while. And he does define the separation between elected officials and staff and what would be appropriate to delegate the staff for efficiency purposes and what would be more or less the responsibility of directors. So I would be prepared to move the first part of first and second reading and have this deferred after the election to have a workshop and invite George Cup to do the workshop for us. So the newly elected directors will have a full understanding what their responsibilities are according to a subject matter expert, not necessarily our CAO, nor reflection of the CEO. I think he's done a fantastic job for us and very good, or the staff. But the new directors coming in should be aware what the separation of powers are between staff. And I know staff is doing good work for us. And most of that stuff that's there should be delegated for expediency purposes, where it's just a matter of going through it and part of doing it on an everyday basis. So that would be, and I do have a resolution crafted, but we'll hear the rest of the speakers. And if you can come to me and I'll basically introduce my resolution, I've got it and I can send it to Angela once we went through the whole process here.
Thank you. Stuart, go ahead.
So through the chair, I think you should separate the two, talking about the bylaw, you can talk, I think we can take direction to see if we can book George Cup as part of our orientation sessions that we're putting on for the new board. I don't think we really need a motion around that. I'm hearing, seeing nods around the table, so it seems like it's something you'd like to entertain. So we can definitely do that, but I think you should then talk about the bylaw in a separate conversation, whether or not you want to deal with it now or refer. The one thing I will say that that Mike didn't mention is going through the schedules in terms of the delegated authorities. Keep in mind how many times it mentions subject to approved financial plan. That is your big policy document every year that goes through a lot of discussion at the table, missions, committees, public consultation. That is what guides a lot of what we do and is a condition for a lot of these delegated authorities and is a really important piece of this bylaw.
Vandenberg.
Thank you, Chair. Mike has already answered my questions, and it was along the lines of the comment period and the red line version that is expected. So I will be thankful to take part of offering my thoughts as I've gone through this document.
Thank you, Director Davidoff.
Yeah, just a couple of questions and on just some pretty interesting delegations. Am I reading it right that we're delegating or potentially delegating the authority for a CAO to eliminate a fire department? Am I reading that correctly?
Mike?
Through the chair, no, I'm not sure how that could be read into it. Could you reference a specific section?
Yeah.
Generally, a service, how it was initiated was how it has to be canceled. But Dave, do you have a section you want to reference? That would not be.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Chair, I had the document up and I just
And to clarify, no, the CAO would not be delegated that authority, correct, Mike?
Correct, yeah, no, that can, as you correctly noted, that is done in.
okay, I can follow up with staff later, but the key thing is that to me, there was language in there. And then the reason I'm raising this, because I'm thinking about kind of where are we going with fire services and what are we looking at and, you know, or is it portions or how they're administered, or is it, you know, having one fire chief for 5 fire halls and, you know, like all these different things. The funding may still be there, but at the end of the day, it's the organization of the whole fire service that I'm looking at. And there have been comments made about reorganizing the fire service. And basically, and I'm looking at more and more centralization. And is that something that we're looking at as a board, or is that going to be delegated to, you know, staff to kind of work through? So I'm just looking at, sometimes things appear, you know, innocuous, but ultimately it just, what is the ultimate goal? And to me, I've noticed a lot of centralization or more and more efforts to centralize things, to have common documents, to do all these things. And I believe the conversation with the board is critical, and I'm sure it would happen. And that's why I raised that one in particular. And maybe it's just a heads up, and I'll follow up more on this before, if this goes to, you know, if we do first and second reading today and approve that, but I'm just raising that one, and I just have one more, Chair, and that's temporary.
Can I just let Mike respond
Oh,
to?
sure, yeah.
I think the question that was in there, but Mike did want to respond, and then you can have a supplemental.
Yeah, through the chair, I believe most of what Director David Office raised is really and not captured within the scope of this bylaw. I think there's really only 2 areas in the delegated authorities that speak specifically to fire departments. One is the appointment of the chief, and the other would be setting or the authority for the CAO to adjust the service levels based on a fire department attaining new certifications and being able to add to the services that they offer. Those are really the only 2 things that are specific to fire. So I'm not sure if either of those were, well, Director David Off was referring to.
Yeah, and Chair, thank you for your indulgence. I thought that it was really narrow. It started going down a road that was interesting to me. The other question I have is the TUP, temporary use permits. Is that, I know that was a huge conversation for us at the board table. And basically when you have, particularly we have industrial operations and in the wording, it refers to third party use of property. It's not even the property owner, you know, for a short period of time and then up to 12 months. And that to me kind of reopened the questions about, you know, who deals with temporary use permits. And I know we were very careful to make sure that if it was industrial use or commercial use, we retained that when we're doing our OCP process. We wanted that kind of the community to be consulted, potential impacted property owners to be consulted. And the only way you could do that is through some process. but if you delegate the authority, you don't have to have the public access. So I'm just raising those as heads up. I will submit more specific questions if this passes first and second reading. Thanks, Chair.
There's one clarification for you on that one,
Mike can start it.
Mike.
Yeah, so temporary use permits are not within the scope of the authorities we're proposing to delegate, and I'm not sure they even could be delegated. This is what the authority is specifically about here, and it's on page 11. Number 7 there, temporary use of RDCK properties. So this would be the authority to allow others to use our property for emergency purposes. One of the situations that this has come up at times for me is when we have something happen in one of our parks. A vehicle's gone off the road and we need to authorize a crew to go in and excavate the vehicle, things like that. This is just confirming that we can do that without work.
Sure.
So that section applies to our land. Yeah, okay. Director Jackman.
Thanks. Just trying to look ahead to when we revisit this. This is a lot, and sometimes staff will consider an alternative approach. To me, this doesn't have to be one bylaw. I tried to look at it. If we get tied up, we can have 3 blocks potentially. Financial, procurement, and HR have a commonality, and Stuart referred to our powers or our ability through the financial plan to steer some of that. We say in HR that CEO can hire people, but we put a line item, how much is staff and how much is contracts. We have a degree of flexibility to be in Stuart's bailiwick as to whether a position is term or continuing or whatever is anticipated, and that's out of necessity, usually just to attract the best candidate. But I see that as a block, and I see what Larry Brown said right here yesterday is why our procurement is just crazy. Low numbers, $75,000 purchase. When something's in the budget, it's necessary. Why did we talk about that yesterday afternoon? But I see that as a block with commonality that maybe we could get to yes really quickly. The later parts where you have here risk management, very interesting matrix, the number C there, and C. Emergency risk management, HB mines. That is another block where I think we would get to yes quickly. But they could be separate bylaws. So it could be the financial, procurement, and HR delegation of authority bylaw that we're good on really fast. And we may never go back on for the next, since 1967 to today, for another 59 years. The middle block, land use legal litigation bylaw. Some of the ops language. Let's look back and forth a little bit, like we talk about under part 3, talks about facility use agreements, part 5 talks about part 3 does not talk about facility use agreements, it talks about leases and licenses and fair market value. So if we're gonna tell staff, yeah, go ahead and let people use our facilities, the fair market value, the social benefit, all of that stuff is to be really clear in my mind. We let a junior hockey have a 1 or 3 year contract, and why are there differences? And everybody knows, because you all read the reports, there's a difference between Castore and Elston Creston today. Why? Perceived issue around social benefit, future risk. So those are board issues to discuss. And to me, between parts 3 and 5, I'd like to delve into that a little more. If that was the middle block, land use, legal litigation, bylaw, ops and services, I have more thoughts around that. On bylaw, part 4, CEO would have the ability to initiate legal bylaw enforcement proceedings to collect money, funds, enforce bylaws, enforce agreements, protect RDCK interests. That's actually undelegated in my mind. The ticketing ability of our bylaw officers, because we'd have to see very clearly that that's now delegated 3 or 4 more steps lower in order to issue a ticket, because this is CEO has the authority to enforce bylaws, which a ticket for whatever is, that's enforcing a bylaw, ticketing process. I think that needs more work. I would love to see the chain of command following that more clearly. That middle block to me of these things has more controversy. I feel as a board, we failed to have policy, that there's some potential for arbitrary issuing a ticket, inferring an action to our residents that may or may not come to fruition, standing on their property, their doorstep, that may be less appropriate than taking other paths. So I think there's some discussion on that bylaw, the legal, who starts a legal action. A few questions, we've talked about legal actions, not in public. But I have no idea if anything's gone any further on one or two items, and I kind of like to know. I don't wanna. So 3 blocks of delegation of authority make more sense to me. And I bet you 2/3 of those will go really quick. And the other one, maybe the new board will look at it, because maybe there's new policy needed around some of the actions we take in terms of land use and or behavior of residents, where we end up imposing fines, tickets, or other penalties on them. So that third, that middle block, if that took till next year, that'd be fine. But I don't want the rest to get head up. We need to be able to buy a piece of equipment for $200,000 truck to get it on the road. So just to consider an alternative approach when we come back in September, does this need to be a single bylaw?
Okay, feedback received, any comment? Good.
Yeah, no, that's good.
Director Schmink.
Thank you, Chair. This is, I found one of the most interesting pieces to read in today's agenda. I guess I only get one kick at this can as an alternate. So I'll throw a couple of ideas out or thoughts that I had when I was reading it. And one of them was a reporting structure. And how would that be included? Obviously, major things would be reported to the board. You know, where's the level of that reporting structure? Some would require none at all. But there is some kind of a step in there, so might be an executive committee of the organization that would not review, but get reported to on some actions that were taking place over the last month. The other is timelines, as far as it's not just a financial issue, it's the length of the issue. So a contract in the last 5 years, 10 years, there used to be requirements, and I'm not sure, I'm not up to date on them as far as regional district law requirements, but there used to be a limit. And so where did that fit within the limits? And if the limits expanded, then I think that the board would want to have more information in that regard. And the third point and final that Mr. Cup is really good on roles and responsibilities, but I think that the board would be better served with someone, with a consultant that has more risk management reporting experience.
Go ahead, Mike.
Okay, with regards to reporting, we have not got that far along in terms of like the format that would take. Our initial thoughts are that there would be a report on the consent agenda and each month that would catalog all of the authorities that have been exercised in accordance with the bylaw, that the ones that require reporting to the board. Most of the reporting is reported at the next month, so we would probably provide some compilation on those things rather than send them off through the committees. It would just appear on the board agenda and then could be discussed if the directors so wish. So that's our initial thoughts, but as we get welcome comments on, and that's something maybe the directors want to consider as they provide comments back on the content of the bylaw, that we could look at and make some proposals for that when we bring this back. With regards to the contract length, you correctly note that regulation actually has changed. So unless there's a liability of a capital nature, that 5-year requirement does not apply anymore. But the guidance that we use internally for our business is really, we don't, unless it's an exceptional situation, we generally don't want to enter into contracts, particularly service contracts, longer than 5 years, because actually, the business changes over time, and we want to make sure that the contracts are up to date and reflecting today's needs. And also, there's some risks with costs if you procure a service for a longer period of time. There's more sort of cost escalation built into that. So I think it's generally good for business to keep our service agreements within a 5-year period, unless there's a compelling reason to do so otherwise. But that's really just sort of an internal sort of guidance that we give in these situations.
just supplemental, just, and it's just, I just saw that as something that was missing. And is the only other comment would be, some reporting would not be required. There's stuff that I don't think the board wants to see if it's on the lower level, period.
I mean, one more point there, the reporting that we put together could include the contract length and some basic information about the contract to, if the directors so wish. And if I indulge one additional point
Yes.
here, a lot of the reporting requirements the reporting requirements have been built in as a transparency measure and to provide assurances that the board is going to see things. But keeping in mind, a lot of these things, these authorities that we're already exercising are not reported to the board when they're exercised. So currently under our, say, our purchasing policy, anything under that $75,000 that doesn't require board approval, we're not providing a report at this time that says, here's all the contracts that we've entered into. So the reporting is a new measure that's intended to provide board some assurance that the authorities that are delegated are being exercised improperly.
Thank you. I'm just noting I had questions, but I forgot. So I'm just gonna, I do have pop off, but I want to see if there's other discussion questions at this time. Paige, go ahead.
Like the discussion, I appreciate the points. I will not be very much in support of creating more reporting out items that, that's the whole point of doing the delegation. If it rises above it, thresholds, I 100% want to know about it. If it's, we've entrusted our staff with these authorities to execute so they can, because they have the situational awareness in front of that business to make the best call. I don't want to burden them with additional work reporting just for our own assurance. I think that's too much. But I trust staff in the conversation that will come to land us in the right spot, but I just wanted to state that.
Thank you. Good. I'm gonna ask go ahead, Hewitt.
I just wanted to point out page 5 under scope, section 6, subsection 5, that nothing in this bylaw prevents a delegate from referring a matter to the board for decision, even if the delegate has authority to act under the bylaw. So the delegate has the option of weighing the issue and knowing the sensitivity of it, bringing it to the board so they can, if they think there's going to be an issue with it, then the board makes the decision. They might not always act on their authority. And I agree with what Director Page said, because if you think of all the small purchases that are made under the policy, if we had to have every one of them come to us through the staff report, that's just way too much.
Mike, go ahead.
If I may, that's an important point, and that's one of the safeguards that's built in the bylaw, and certainly how, we operate. And part of this delegation framework is really about ensuring that senior staff have visibility into what might be happening in all parts of the organization. So if it's surface, if potentially controversial or high risk or sensitive items are, being proposed, that it reaches senior staff. And then, I think in practical terms, the escalation of things to the board where we, would understand the board would be interested in this is already happened, has always happened here. And this just really confirms that can be exercised. And there's another important safeguarding here too, in that the board may exercise any authority that's delegated here. So say, for instance, in terms of something the board is aware is coming down the pipeline and that we're going to be entering into an agreement for, the board can actually direct that come back to the board rather than the delegated authority being exercised by staff. So there's, again, a lot of important safeguards around board authority that we've tried to build into this.
I'm gonna go ahead with mine now. In terms of reporting out, it's good leeway. One thing I did note that I think would be, and again, I would leave it to staff to figure out where this lands, but in how I read it, and one of the reporting out mechanism, it was regarding staffing issues or any kind of HR aspect. And I would just think that that's a line in terms of, as elected officials and politicians, we are not involved in that kind of stuff, and not that we would ever be involved from an authority perspective, but even reporting out to us, I think could be risky. And I don't have the specific sections, Mike, so I can just send you my notes after, and then I have 4 questions. We note about the ability to sign NDAs, non-disclosure agreements. Where would it land when elected officials who are involved in, let's say, provincial conversations get requested to sign an NDA? I think that's also a clear line to identify where does that land, because oftentimes, like within the provincial work I was doing, we had to keep clarifying, I am not the RDCK signing this NDA, I'm an elected official. And so while this delegation bylaw doesn't refer to what elected officials have as authorities, I think that needs to be flagged somewhere. So just stop there for a second and see if you have any feedback, or just take it.
That is I mean, NDAs are sort of complicated area and really very sort of situation dependent. You know, again, elected officials aren't covered in this specific bylaw. But you know, what we've tried to do with the proposal for staff, and presumably, you know, like if there's limitations on non-disclosure agreements that were applied to staff, it would follow that. So there would be something similar guidance for elected officials. And what we've tried to do with that section authorizing non-disclosure agreements is limited to very specific situations. And those are where it's required because someone has shared proprietary third-party information with us. And if we are in negotiations with another form of government. And those are the ones where we would, you know, see these things surface from time to time. And that is in terms of CAO authority to enter into these. It's only those situations, and anything else beyond that or a different situation would require board approval.
Thank you. I think it just flags for me that we do need to note somewhere in policy or guidance when it comes to a new board, what are the provisions for you to do this, and be clear it's not the RDCK that's signing that. I'll just name these other ones as input. How we define RDCK interests, that might be challenged if we don't have a good definition of interest. Is that assets? Is that just a suggestion? For site license agreements, we limited max number of participants, but I would assume that the fire code and the physical limitations and human resource capacity would be what would determine those.
Yes, so with the site license agreements, that is, I believe the section you're referring to is really into discussing special events and thresholds by which staff could approve a special event and threshold by which something would need to come to the board. So this is an area that's come up in the past, working with community services, which does host events. We've tried, we've had sort of a, I guess, kind of like an informal framework around when staff should take something to the board for a decision on whether or not we're going to allow use of a property, because we have, you know, use of our parks in specifically by lots of different groups for lots of different reasons. So in many respects, that threshold that we propose there in terms of what staff can approve reflects what is in the Area H special and permit bylaw. And as collectively as a board at the time, that was where they sort of agreed that a permit would be required for certain events over a certain size. So it is an arbitrary number, but and it was mostly on the basis of recommendation from the previous GM and community services, but like under 300 with the appropriate controls in place is sort of generally, you know, should be within staff's realm, and anything over 300 or you know, with other certain circumstances being present would require board approval for that event to occur.
Okay, I'm just suggesting it was subject to that includes capacity. And then the last two, I'll just throw into one. There is an emergency section where it includes who has authority for what, but we don't know the state of local emergency authority, which can be delegated. So I think that needs to be included in there, which is currently the head of the local government, but given the provisions of the process, it can be delegated to the CAO. So I think that just needs to be reviewed.
To that point specifically, so the designation matrix that is included in board policy is compliant with the requirements of the Emergency and Disaster Management Act. And we were very careful, and this was part of the legal review as well, to not duplicate or overlap anything with that designation matrix.
Okay,
So
good.
feel fairly comfortable with the language that's in here around the emergency section, that it's keeping things siloed like they should be.
You might just want to reference, there's another matrix for that section. Okay. Okay, Papa.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I haven't listened to everybody, good comments, etc. But I also feel that possibly adoption of this bylaw should be deferred till we have a new board elected sometimes in January. And I've talked to Manager Morrison deferring it for a certain amount of time, and he can probably respond now that it would not really seriously affect the operations of the regional district. So I'd like to propose a motion here that the regional district of Central Kootenai delegation of authority bylaw number 3091/2026 be read a first and second time by content, and further that George Cuff, a subject matter expert on governance for local governments, be invited to do a workshop on governance to define the responsibilities of directors and staff before we consider adopting the bylaw. If I get a second, I'll speak to that.
Is there a second?
I'll second it for discussion, but I'd like separation of that.
You can be added to the list.
Because it's actually two things.
Yes, we know that, but procedurally, if you're seconding it, it's on the floor. We'll add you to the list for discussion and you can do that.
Okay, so if I can open on that, is I think it's a good thing to have the delegation bylaw there, so we as all directors understand our roles and responsibilities and how staff is supporting us in our roles and responsibilities. Now, if we go to adoption of this bylaw before the new board is in place, it would benefit everybody, especially the newly elected directors or the directors that are coming back again, to know how staff is supporting it in our governance structure. And I've attended George Cuff's presentation in FCM, and it was a very good presentation. I attended his presentation back in 2012 at UBCM. So he's a subject matter expert, and it's somebody that's a little bit removed that deals with municipalities and regional districts and provides us a guideline on that. And it'd be good to have a workshop on that so everybody's aware what, including our staff, general managers, be a portion of it, part of it, I should say, that would benefit from all of that. And then we can deal with delegation bylaw. A lot of good points. There are a lot of good efficiencies on there. Then we'll have a policy in place or bylaws in place, whatever is required.
Thanks. Cunningham.
Thank you, yes. The timing, I think, of the institution of this thing is important, because when we have a new board, and I remember a number of new people that have been around on this board, and they know nothing about anything, and they would look at this and want to make changes because they don't understand it. And I think there would be this thing should be in place before, so the working staff and everybody else is familiar with it. And then as the new people come on, they can of course take that as part of the regular training. I wouldn't want them to start making changes in this kind of thing, especially if they don't know. And they won't know anything, because I know some of it, believe me, over the years. Okay, we all know. And so
Do you have a question, Director Cunningham, or is there a motion you're gonna change?
yeah, yes, I'd like to move the division of the proposal.
You're moving division?
Yes.
Okay, thanks. Second on division? No second?
It's not required, is it?
It's just divided.
It's two motions now.
It's two motions now. Okay.
First and second reading.
So let's focus on first and second reading. The second one is divided. Oh, all those in favor of division? Anybody opposed? Division passes.
Call the question.
First one.
Or
First and second readings, so.
2/3 vote, Chair.
No, I'll take it back.
what are you guys talking about? We are on the motion, first and second reading.
As it's in our report,
Okay, sorry.
like the one that's in our report.
Yes.
There's a lot of words there.
Yes, sorry, I'll read the motion that the Regional District of Central Kootenai Delegation of Authority Bylaw 3991 be read first and second by content, and that is the motion on the floor right now. Okay, so on that. Are we good, and, okay, thank you.
Just the chair, you don't vote on division.
Okay, so. Can you add Roger to the list, please? Hannah Graf.
No, I wanted division, so.
Okay, Lockwood.
Question is that it was put forward as information, but I do believe, that Director Jackman had a good point of how do we divide this if we're putting first and second first?
So the process is still the same in terms of first and second means we get to take, staff will take input, and when it comes back to us in September, it'll include whatever input has been received, and until you do third reading, you can still receive that input and make changes. At third, you don't make changes.
If I may, so then we can still make 3 different bylaws at that point? Okay, I'm good with that. I didn't realize we would do it that way.
So staff had indicated they will come back in September if this motion was what passed, with here's the red line of what was proposed, and then we're debating all of the input we received.
Thank you.
Okay, fine. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. There is still another motion that is that we invite George Cuff as part of our orientation.
Point of clarification, the other motion also included not to adopt until. Is that what's in the second motion?
Motions, yeah.
That's the second motion.
That's in the second.
I think technically those are the words used. I don't know that we can tie a bylaw to an orientation session.
Agreed.
Yeah.
So that's what I would like clarification, please. Where
Would you like to amend the motion currently?
No, I'd like to hear, is the motion that we not adopt until after, which is what I heard, or is the motion that we just have a workshop,
You're correct. It is that we not adopt until after.
which I will oppose.
Okay.
Angela has the motion, she can email it to everybody.
I think we know what the motion is. Is anyone not clear at this moment? Okay, further on, the George Cuff orientation, which includes not. Is that a question?
Question on the George Cuff organization, yes.
Yes.
Why does it have to be George Cuff? There are other subject matter experts. George Cuff's schedule may not be amenable to this. I think it should just be named as a subject matter expert, let staff decide. And if it happens to be George Cuff, I'm happy with that, but it may or may not have to be George Cuff.
Can I just ask staff how they generally do orientation, which will include a request to current directors around how do we want to do orientation, which could include who you recommend? Like we had spoken about.
Yeah, I'm gonna go down how, but.
Okay, then no.
Yeah, through the chair, historically, we have not brought an external consultant in for orientation. We've done that because it's orienting new directors to the business of the RD, processes at the table, departments, budgets, responsibilities, things like that. So if you would like to have a motion that directs staff to bring in external consultant to support orientation work, we could look at a number of different options and not just Mr. Cook.
McFadden.
I just want clarity on motion, so I thought division was division of actually what Director Popoff was putting on the floor, which was one, deferring adoption till after the new board, and the second portion was bringing someone in for, okay, so it's all that, and that's what we're debating is both sides together.
Yeah, so the whole motion, what was divided was the bylaw first and second from the orientation
From
and
this whole motion.
yes.
Just wanna make sure I know what I'm debating.
Okay.
Thanks.
Good. Weatherhead.
Oh, thank you. Just for clarity, through the chair, when we talk about orientation, we're talking about the new board.
Yes.
Thank you.
Page.
Probably from a clarity standpoint, if I wanted this to pass, we should divide again because they're distinctly different pieces, the adoption and the orientation. But given what has already been said, I'm inclined to just say no to both because of the naming of a specific and the bringing in of an external. And to Hans's great point earlier, which I share, getting this certainty laid out before the next crew comes in and has to learn a bunch of stuff. They'll want to change things in the future, but let's lay down as much certainty as we can, potentially in 3 different buckets. So I'll vote against.
Thank you, Director Len.
Yeah, I would vote against with it all together like it is. So I was gonna propose an amendment to remove the postponing language at the beginning of the motion. But with it not having it written.
I think we
Oh,
could
it
just vote
changes
on
in.
both.
Okay, and then the other quick supplemental is that there is the LTLA leadership that typically does clearly articulate the roles and responsibilities, so there could be an encouragement for new members to attend that as well.
Okay. All those in favor? Those opposed? Motion fails. Yeah. All right. 6.1.1, financial plan amendment. This is the FCM Green Municipal Fund Climate Ready Plans. You have a motion, there is board report, staff are here. Are there questions and or are we ready for the motion? I will move the motion. Do I have a second? Thank you. Discussion. Outline of the scope is in the second attachment. That was a question the other day. Seeing no discussion, all those in favor? Opposed? Carried. 6.1.2 financial plan amendment. This is for engagement with our producers with the Goat River watershed producer work. Do we have questions or are we ready for a motion? Thank you, Boone. Do we have a second? Thank you, Pendergraph. Discussion. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Okay, this one might take some time. How do I plan for timing on this one? I think we can get into this one and just note that if we get into moving the motion, that means we're either going to continue on past public time or not. So I'll just watch the discussion as we go. Yes, Paige.
Could we table this to after lunch and just move on to the next ones?
We do have staff present. I don't know, are you able to?
Okay, I just think we're gonna have a bifurcated conversation.
Okay. Is anyone opposed to that? We've now tabled 2 items until, or postponed 2 items.
It's a good word.
Okay. We're also postponing 6.1.3.
Sorry.
It's okay, I probably would put 4:30 very easily.
Chair, did I mishear that we're postponing 6.1.3 or 6. I thought I heard 6.1.2.
No, we passed 0.2, we're postponing
It was 3. I thought I heard it 2 again.
Okay.
It's getting decimal.
Okay, 6.1.4, word of contract for the hydraulic connectivity in the Goat River. Are we ready for a motion?
I'll move the recommendation.
Thank you. Do we have a second? Thank you. Discussion. Danberg.
Just a question around the clarity of the scope. Why is it not including that group?
Go ahead, Camille. Yes.
Thanks. So for the priority streams, those were identified through the original project scope. That was a project that did come from the hydrogeology department at the province. So there is definitely room for additional sampling sites. That's something that we've already looked at as a project team. And there could be flexibility within the other tasks, which are the model development, that could accommodate potentially more sampling sites. If we wanted to expand it further, it would be a change in scope and potentially additional budget would be needed, but.
Supplemental, if I may.
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. So we didn't, as a group, have a lot of time. We didn't ever really talk about this.
Director Vandenberg, I know you're speaking to Camille.
I'm trying to be polite.
I know, and she knows you won't be rude. They can't hear online if he's not looking there.
We did not, as a group, have an opportunity to really get into the benefits of this RFP, but we have talked about the importance of Duck Creek. I think that we should consider that because it's a main tributary in the Goat River watershed. And it's significant, probably one of the probably more so than the Arrow Creek one, in my estimation. So that's the reason for my questioning. And perhaps at that level, our next working group, we can explore that further. I'm not sure. But then if that's the case, does that does that inhibit it as an opportunity in this motion? So. Back and forth.
I think that there are further explore with this motion, doing what is the kind of the main area. There is no limitation to look at expanding, especially as you get into tools and other aspects. So it can still be discussed and reviewed, I think is what I heard from Camille. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, there's definitely interest in potentially expanding it, although the streams that were identified are definitely priority areas just because of the water allocations there as well. But definitely something that we can look at.
Good.
So supplemental, I'm hearing that we can look at it.
Yes.
We can have further discussion on it. What I'm hearing.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. Director Hewitt?
Through the chair, when I'm hearing the discussion happening there about adding additional scope, potentially adding additional scope, it's grant funded 100% at this point. If additional scope is added, it's going through S-105. Would that just automatically be assumed that it would be funded out of what? I just want to make sure that whatever is being requested for additional consideration under this project, that there is funding also attached to it. That doesn't have to go through to budget discussions.
The request for additional discussion does not tie this grant to that potential outcome of the discussion. It's just that you can still talk about how could we also evaluate the done. So that's what we're clarifying is, and I will speak more to the overall project and timelines and other opportunities when we do the chair's report. But at this point, it's not tying this grant to also increasing to include that. It's that the discussions that are ongoing in the workshops can still consider other aspects. Okay. Amy, I'm sorry. I didn't see you.
Thank you, through the chair, if I may. So the work we're doing on this watershed is really tied to the watershed itself. The scope of work was developed in partnership with our provincial counterparts. And so what we can do is go to our professionals and ask them to assess all the contributing waterways for this watershed. And so that's what our intention here is. If that, for whatever reason, doesn't include some of these items that are being noted, we can come back to the committee and see if we want, and get an estimate and come back to the committee and see if we want to expand that scope, or if there's some way to adjust the rest of the scope so that it can be fit in.
Okay. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. I'm sorry, Amy, sorry, I did see you put your name in chat and I just.
Sorry.
My chat doesn't work on this screen, I'm sorry. So we do have a few minutes, the financial plan amendments for fire services, can those be done as a block? No.
I would move as a block, but they need to.
All right, moved as block, do we have a second? Thank you, any pulled for discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Right on. Okay, 6.3.1, Director Popoff, do you want to move this with the removal of your item that's going to move to development?
Yes, I'd like to remove the discretionary grant with the remove area discretionary grant application. Then I'll retreat center in the amount of $5,000. And it should be a community development grant. The applicant filled out the wrong form, so I will be then making an amendment to the other one.
Yes.
Second.
Thank you. So the motion is moved with the removal of that one. I will go to you when we get to the next one to add it. Good. Okay, further discussion on discretionary grants. Everything's correct. This is last month. You can make corrections. We'll see them. Okay, all those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Now Popoff actually, I have an amendment on development, so I'm gonna move it with my change and then I'll go to you for amendment.
Yeah, and then with that,
No, hold on. I'm gonna come to you in a second.
Okay.
I'm moving community development with an increase for area D. the S-187 transfer from 5,000 to 7,000. But I'm moving it with that increase. And I can explain after I get a second, and then I'm gonna go to Popoff for his amendment. A second. Thank you. And
Yeah, second.
Popoff is going to add his from discretionary to development.
Then I'll grant $5,000 to development.
Point of order, we're on 632.
Yes.
Then I need to declare that I wish to declare at this time that I'm not entitled to participate in the discussions or vote on the next item of business on the meeting agenda, that item being 6.3.2, by reasons of me being a member of one of the organizations that's being may receive funds. And as a result, I'll be leaving the meeting.
Thank you. We'll just pause discussion and movement until you leave. You got that, Ange? Okay. Popoff is adding this community development for area H.
And that is add area discretionary grant application, Ben Isle Retreat Center as a community development grant application in the amount of $5,000.
Thank you. Further discussion.
Second that? Sure, I'll second.
Oh, yes, sorry, I did that.
Since you're asking.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Paige, go ahead.
Yeah, just because we don't see it as large as the biophysical piece, do we have any limits on some of the sizes of these grants, and what is the process to validate some of this? Like that's a
Can you
huge
reference which area and which grant?
area H, biophysical assessment on the park, and it's Christopher Regional Park, such a big grant, it feels out of place within here. I feel I want more information.
Oh, okay, so you're asking about that.
Yeah, I would like to
Okay, no
have a
problem.
little bit more of an overview. We just have the one pager and it's such a big grant.
Do we have park staff that can speak to that?
Sure. No, we don't.
Is there, within this program, is there any upper limit where additional scrutiny has to occur, or this has been passed off by staff?
Through the chair, anything above $5,000 requires reporting back to the regional district on how the funds are spent.
That's it.
Yeah.
And this is also going to regional district aspect.
Yeah, I would maybe flag it for future consideration around this program, that maybe there's some other buckets that need to be contemplated. Above 5,000, maybe above 50, additional requirements, additional review.
Through the chair, regarding application standards.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's a big grant.
Yep.
For one, yeah.
Okay, further discussion? You see these kind of amounts in community works, which are heavily detailed, but point taken. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Yes, go ahead.
Chair, if I could suggest that the board reconsider item 6.1.1. Because in the.
We have. Oh, yeah, thank you. Sorry. Can we decide for one?
Back to
We're not quite back there. Hold on. I think we'll just do public time and lunch, and when we come back, there's gonna be one we're gonna have to amend.
Sorry, through the chair, not amend. So in the category of everybody's paying attention today, 6.1.1 and 6.1.2 in your agenda were the exact same motion. So the motion for 6.1.1 should have come from the board report, which was attached, which was a different motion than the one that ended up in the agenda covers. So there'll be a need to reconsider that motion. Reconsider 6.1.1 because you passed the same motion.
I know that the board report was missing.
So Uli was the only one paying attention.
Thanks, Uli.
You rock.
That's a note for the record, I'm sure after a time of.
It wasn't my board notes. Okay, let's take, or I think we're at public time now.
Exactly.
All right, public time, 11:45. I do have someone with their hand up on, I'm gonna go online, Mike, and then I'll come to you guys. Okay. So those who would like to ask us a question from the public or media, you're welcome to unmute and ask us your question.
This is Deb Randall from Area J. I have my hand up. I don't know if there's anyone else, but I'll go.
ahead, Deb.
My question is about succession planning of the board and the policies around that. In November, there's going to be some new faces, whether by design or by the will of the voters. And so I think succession planning, a discussion about that is really important at this stage. I think we can all agree that robust succession planning is an important part of any successful organization. Well, anyone I've ever worked at anyway. My first question, there's a couple of questions, but they all relate to the same thing, is about the induction process. I saw the PowerPoint that was given in 2022, and I'd like to know more about the entire process. Is it the same PowerPoint? How many sessions are provided? Like how many hours do they get in the induction? What documents are they provided with? And is there a mentoring program? I think everyone benefits from a mentoring program when they're stepping into a new role. The second question is about the obligations about the incumbent directors to provide what we would have called in business world, handover notes, so that they are not, they're not thrown in the deep end without nothing. And so that they can get, more importantly, so that they can get up and running immediately. They know what's in front of them. And just as an illustration, I'm going to talk about Area H and Director Popoff. Nothing personal, Director
A specific director.
Oh, it's not about him personally. It's about Area H.
Okay, great.
As
You
an
can speak to
example.
Area H.
Yeah, because it's a really complex electoral area. It has 3 municipalities of the 9. It's massively huge in geography, and it's got a lot of people. And there's been a lot go on in Area H in the last 4 years, well, in the last 3 years anyway. There's Campbell Field, there's the schoolhouse. Those are ongoing. There's the bike locker project there that was just given some money. And historically, there's the failed dog referendum and the failed garbage referendum. And a new director, say there's a new person in that seat, they should know all those things. So my question is there an obligation of the incumbent directors to provide handover notes on these key, current, and past issues?
Thanks, Deb. You have about 4 questions so far. Are there more?
Well, I think there's just one more, and it is about it's sort of along the same veins. Does a new director have access to the emails of the previous director so that they can school themselves? So it's about email access. And the last question is about how it may circle back to the induction, but how are they given, again, schooling on the really big issues that are in front of the regional board, like flood management, like asset management, the prioritization matrix, those really huge projects that are going on. How do they get brought up to speed on that?
Okay, thanks, Deb. That's quite a few questions. So I'll just stop you there and we'll answer what we've got from you so far.
That was it.
Sure. Through the chair, Deb, I'll try to hit the 4. I think I got them. Succession planning, really, there's no obligation to do succession planning. I know that generally speaking, directors are always looking for support from alternate directors. And there's a number of directors I've seen in the past where they've worked with their alternate director as a potential succession plan when it comes there. Obviously, in a political environment, there might be disagreements which prevent that in terms of someone's alternate stepping into the seat at the table. But I think that would be the best way that I could speak to succession planning. Orientation. Last year, we're actually going through this now in terms of scheduling the new one. Last year, there was about 22 hours worth of sessions. Sorry, not last year, last election. So in 2022, there's about 22 hours worth of sessions. Some of those were online recorded sessions, but really what we try to do is cover as much as we can in the beginning that relate to what a director needs to know to start to get into the role, what they need to know about getting through a meeting. And then we have sessions devoted to each department that were a couple of hours. Within those, and I'll knock off another question here with that, within those departmental discussions, we do go through the large projects that are in front of the board. So for example, in the development services session, we would talk about the subdivision bylaw project that's going on. We talk about the floodplain bylaw. We talk about those big meaty issues that are in front of the board, so that when the director sees the next report, they know that it's there. They can go back to previous agendas and minutes and take a look at what's happened in the past. Email access is an interesting one. I'd have to check the privacy legislation around whether or not that's something that's possible. And in terms of an obligation on handover notes, there's no obligation. And there's no current board policy around requiring a director to do anything. So I think, you know, from the perspective of a new director coming in, if they know a director's leaving, then maybe there's some discussion there on what that director does. And perhaps if a new director gets the seat, perhaps again, there's a discussion on, there's a reach out to that former director to see if they want to sit down and talk about the last 4 years. But really from staff's perspective, we leave that at the elected level. I do know a couple of directors around the table who talk to directors who used to be in their seat previously.
Thank you. Mike, or is there anyone else online with a question and or media? Hi, Storm and Rachel. Not seeing any. Mike, by all means, do you have a question? I just assumed you did.
I don't have a question today, except I want to know if the meeting is still open after lunch.
We still have some open business, yes. Okay. Okay then. We will take,
Just point to follow up.
well, we don't actually have directors engaged in public time.
Very good.
Thank you, Stan. Thank you. We will take our break for lunch. We'll see you at 1 o'clock.
Recording in progress.
Right. Director Gordon, can you hear us? Okay.
Yep, I can hear you.
Thank you. Hello, Director Davidoff.
Can you hear me, Chair?
Yes, I can. Thank you very much. And do we have Director Spike? I don't see him. We didn't, no one had a note from Spike that he wasn't returning.
Oh, look, yes, he's not returning for the afternoon. He is helping. So he's not.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you. All right. So directors, we're back in session. We do have to go back to an item, so I'm gonna ask Vice Chair McLaren Coe to read and move the motion. Agree to it and just put together.
Check, did she send it to me?
Yes, I believe she did.
Okay. All right, I will move that the foregoing motion being that the board approve an amendment to the 2026-2030 financial plan for the community sustainability service S105 to increase the grant specified revenue account by 100,000, increase the advertising account by 20,000, increase the salaries account by 70,000, increase the travel account by 5,000, and increase the postage and administration account by 5,000 to recognize grant funding received from the Investment Agriculture Foundation of British Columbia Agriculture Water Infrastructure Program Stream 3 for direct producer engagement in the Gold River watershed may be reconsidered by replacing the recommendation with the following: that the board approve amendment to the 2026 year of the 2026-2030 financial plan for development services service A108 to increase external contributions and contracts specified by $94,350 and to increase professional fees by $45,000. education and training by 34,350, travel by 5,000, advertising and communication by 5,000, and administration by 5,000.
Seconded, thank you. So that is the motion that is in the report. We just had the wrong motion. It's all in your inboxes right now.
What motion?
We doubled up on the motion and had the wrong one. Okay, Lockwood, yes.
So did we, through the chair to staff, did we just rescind that old motion within that?
We
Okay.
reconsidered
Sure,
it.
yeah, it's been reconsidered and replaced.
Okay, thank you.
If it's on the floor, right?
On the floor.
Second?
It's already on the floor.
Sorry.
Thank you. Discussion.
You say that it's in our.
I've got it in the group directors. Everybody good?
No. Oh,
Done it. It's the motion that was in the report, just wasn't copied to be spread correctly.
it just seemed like you read a whole bunch more.
So,
We had to reconsider the previous motion, so yeah. Okay. All good. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. All right. Now we are back to, oh yes, okay. So I will start, but quickly hand it over. So the two reports that you see in there are, as most of you know, we had the Minister of Waterland, Natural Resources, Walrus, come to the region, and I think a lot of the municipalities met with her. We also met with her. We had two different meetings. When I was unable to attend, I was at community planning meeting, so Vice Chair McLaren co-met with her as well as the rest in the meeting minutes. Is there anything you want to recap on that one?
Just a quick overview. Let me just go back. Notes.
Oh, you're missing.
I have my other. We had a meeting here in Nelson with Minister Neal and Minister of State Anderson. And a few of their senior staff. The main topics were, we discussed orphan dikes. And Director Jacqueline was in attendance as well. Orphan dikes, streamlining of access to crown land, and some challenges with water lighting, I think. Staff, and if there's anything I missed, Director Jacqueline, you chair, please let me know. I want to say that staff did a great job, a very professional and thorough job of explaining the challenges to the province. Emma has some detailed notes we want to, if people want to dig into them more fulsomely. And I'll just say that I have dealt with Minister Neal on a few items over the past couple of years, and I quite appreciate her approach and her staff's approach in seeming genuine concern for the issues we raise, because it's not always the case when we deal with the province. So that's it. Thanks.
In terms of the notes, they're under 9.1.7. It was just a miscommunication from me. So they're under the consent agenda and you're looking for them. Good on those ones. So then the other one, the one I was able to attend, which is attached to the chair section, is a Goat River meeting at the Goat that we held, and you can see in there who all attended. It was actually quite heartfelt, standing beside the river. We're in a canyon, so you couldn't physically touch the water. We had a jar of water from the Goat in the middle. Thank you, Paris, for that suggestion. It was a great way to kind of focus us on what we were there for. It was really interesting to hear not only the history of the Goat from Robin Louie and Curtis, but also the hydrology from Isaac Decker, who's done his PhD in hydrology and works with Yakinuki. It really helped me grasp the geography of what is occurring in that area and what could be potentially explored. You're welcome to ask me any questions about it. The one note I wanted to make that's not in here is, the Go River watershed process that has been occurring so far has been, predominantly workshops with the directors from that area down at CVSC meeting, but also separate workshops, for ABC in the town of Preston. Given that the next step, which we'll be moving into in October, receiving a board report that'll have recommendations. We will be looking at bringing the board into where we're at, all the information at a workshop on September 22nd, just giving you a heads up that that'll come through. So that the board can catch up on the level of detail that has been presented to the CVSC director so far. There'll be an information report also received in September so that you can also get all that background. But the workshop is really to start ensuring you have all the info as much as the CVSC directors have had it. So just flag that date for yourself. Yeah, our watersheds are under great distress, and the fact that we can all come together and talk about that as everybody involved in it is, I think, incredible and also a little hard on the heart sometimes. Any questions for me on that meeting? Okay. I feel like there's a ton of other stuff as chair this past month. We had 2 alerts that didn't go to orders. You all saw those through the emails. Kay and I both had alerts. We're good. Fingers crossed the season is done. I do know we have an email group with all the chairs across the province, and there's been quite a bit of conversation on those emails regarding response, prevention. I've talked a bit about all the different ways because I've just come from the Goat watershed and met with Minister Neal talking about watershed management as part of that conversation in terms of fire and emergencies. Really healthy conversations, nothing action orientated, but it looks like the chairs will be gathering at UBCM with the CAOs and looking at kind of how do we formalize our ability to work as a team. No actions at this time. If there is, they'd come to the board, but just an FYI for you. Yeah, it's been busy. When this guy goes away, it's a lot more, but as the Brickley got away. I think that's it for me. I feel like I'm forgetting something, sorry. CA?
To the chair, just to start on the fire side of things, just to let the board know, we did have 4 separate deployments to support BC wildfire. So Terry's North Shore, Passmore, Udashenia, Beasley, I'm gonna forget someone, Balfour, Winlaw, all at one point deployed staff to support BC wildfire, either with fire apparatus or an SPU unit. So they've been on 14-day deployments. And then the last one is got home yesterday. So we don't have anyone currently out, but just to let you know that we have been supporting fire in that way. UBCM meetings, I don't know if this was ever communicated. Meetings with ministry staff are the week before UBCM and they're online. So just be aware that if you're attending any meetings, you're gonna get a calendar invite that's gonna be probably a Zoom or a Teams meeting that week of September 7th. We haven't heard back we've only heard back from one of our minister requests, and it was to tell us that the ferry conversation has been bumped to staff. So we won't be getting a minister meeting for the inland ferry conversation. But other than that, we are waiting to hear on pretty much every single meeting. We don't have one yet, and none of them are yet scheduled. And then the final thing I want to mention is we're gonna be sending out a survey to the point that came up during public time regarding director orientation. And we're looking for feedback from all of you regarding what went well, what didn't, what would you like to see more of, what would you like to see less of. So we put together some questions on the orientation timeframe, content, when we do things, and we'll be looking for your feedback there. And then there's an open-ended question at the end that you can just throw in whatever you'd like if we haven't covered it. So look for that to come into your email boxes, and then we'll plan the orientation sessions around some of that feedback. But that's all I had.
Newell and Vandenberg.
Is it possible to send out the process that was gone through last time, because I didn't attend it? So we have something to know what you did do?
Sure. And can you attach that 2-pager that you have, that schedule? Yeah.
Yeah, that'd be helpful just to trigger my thought so comfortable.
Vandenberg.
That was my question, to see if that context could be attached to the survey, because I'm good. I can't even remember yesterday.
Yeah, we get it to you.
Weatherhead?
Do we still have it in our East Drive perhaps?
It is under workshops. It's one of the very bottom ones where all of you.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Thank you.
Goes back 4 years, okay.
You can, I mean, the two pager on what occurred is a good summary. You can see the previous materials under workshops.
I'll send
Any other questions for CAO at this time? You,
Through the chair, this isn't necessarily an RD meeting, but I haven't heard anything on the hospital district meeting. Is that also on hold?
Through the chair, yeah, it's been, actually, we did hear on that one because they've only accepted one topic to discuss. They rejected the meeting and selected one topic that they passed on to Ministry of Health, I believe, staff. So I don't think that everything was accepted. I've never seen that before, where a ministry request has said we don't want to talk about C, D, and E, but we're fine with A and B. Like I've never seen that before, but that's apparently what happened. So we're still waiting to hear who we're speaking to.
And when?
And when, yeah.
Thank you.
Angela, can you remind me, we postponed 6.1.3, which is the standing committee conversation on CSLAC. Did we postpone that to the end of the agenda or to after lunch? That's what we're closed. Okay, sorry, Camilla and Paris. Stick around. Huh?
Really quick.
Yeah, we'll get to you, sorry. Okay, Rural Affairs Committee, Director Jackman.
So, as usual, to remind the board that they've delegated authority to the Rural Affairs Committee to receive delegations for land use applications and or recommendations from staff referring to land use issues. So yesterday we had 23 items. There's only 22 recommendations, though one was referred. We had either in person or online delegations on item 7.3, Bagnoli, 7.4, Hango on behalf of Ozen, item 7.6, Comer on behalf of the town of Creston, item 7.7, Pan Callaway, and Maura Shea on behalf of the West Creston Hall Society. So 22 recommendations I will try to do in 5 parts. So the first one on your agenda is arising from item 7.2. It's the building bylaw contravention, small area B. So this is all voted. I'm going to move corporate officer be directed to file notice on title on the land as described.
One second. Thank you. Discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried.
Next one, I think is best standalone, arising from item 7.3, development variance permit application, Bagnoli, area A. I move the board approve the issuance of the development variance permit, the 2612A, as described.
Second, thank you. Discussion? All those in favor? Opposed?
Third one, again, seems best to stand on its own. This is arising from item 7.4, land use bylaw amendment, Hango on behalf of the landowners. Move the regional district to Central Kootenai zoning amendment bylaw number 3087/2026. An amendment as described is given first, second, and third reading by content, and consideration of adoption be withheld pending the MOTT review and access of the controlled access permit.
Second, thank you. Discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried.
I'd like to move the next 3 items 4, 5, and 6 as a block. They are all agricultural land reserve applications to go to the Agricultural Land Commission. They're either applications for non-farm use, for inclusion in the agricultural land reserve, or again of non-farm use. So the 3, I won't read them all out, but they are for Creston Dyking District Area C. They're for the town of Creston, represented by Joel Palmer, property located in Area B. And for the Alloway application in for Area C, I move those 3 as a block as per the agenda.
Do we have a second? Thank you. Discussion? Do you want to pull one of them?
I don't know that I need to. I just would like to ask staff if they could comment on the the supplemental document that will go along with the ALC application for Comer.
Zach?
Yeah, through the chair, the intent is to prepare a letter that essentially summarizes the conversation from yesterday's RAC meeting. I can go into a bit more detail if that's necessary, but it was basically just to capture the various discussion points from different elected officials.
Thank you, Zach. Good.
Thank you. Yeah.
All those in favor? Opposed? Carried.
Then maybe I should ask one more standalone. Item rising from item 7.8. This is a land use amendment bylaw, environmental development permit area enforcement, Metro Area G. So the land use amendment bylaw 2026, as described, is considered consistent with the RDCK 26 financial plan and the RDCK resource recovery plan pursuant to section 477(3)(a) of the local government act.
Second, thank you. Discussion?
If it ain't the first time we ever done this, and I hope it's the last time, there's gotta be a procedural way around this newly noted requirement under the LGA.
Thank you. Are you putting your hand up? Yes.
Yes, thank you, Chair. It is the first time, and it's sort of interesting because really there's no action taken. It just says, well, we're consistent. LPDA. Really. Thank you, just that had the maybe that notice of that.
All those in favor? Opposed? Carried.
So unless everybody wants division, I would propose we move the items 8 through 22 as a block. They are all community works funds applications that all spell out the amounts of the locations. So as per the agenda, I move items 8 through 22 as a block.
Is there a second? Thank you. Do any need to be pulled? Okay. Are you pulling one?
Yes, 14, please.
14? So it has your amendment. Is that why you're pulling it? You did amend it and it's correct in this agenda.
Yeah, well, yes, Chair, actually,
If you're pulling it, that's okay. We'll finish the block and then I'll go
that's
back.
what I meant, yes.
Okay,
Yes, I'm
so hold 14.
So it's exclusion of the community works application, powerhouse structural upgrade, additional funds area G. So the remainder is a block.
Further discussion on the block. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried? And now your item, Director Cunningham?
Yes, I'd just like to point out that indeed I'm in favor of the motion, but it's different than the one we passed in the Rural Affairs Committee meeting, which was 2 motions.
That's 13.
Well, there are just 13.
So both 13 and 14 are together.
In the Rural Affairs Committee meeting, it was be resolved return recommended to the board. The first was the funds application, and that was the one that said 100,000 to start, but was moved to 2. And the second one was approve an amendment, and that under the act, again, from go to 100,000 to 2. But that was 2 recommendations. Here in the one on today's agenda says board approve an amendment to the financial plan for service to increase from transfer.
13 and 14 are both in here.
Where?
Right before 14 is 13.
That makes sense.
Yeah, okay.
Oh, okay, thank you. My apologies. I was reading 14 and thought it was
Would you like to move those so that
oh, yes, of course.
13 was moved.
13 was moved in the block, move 14?
Yes.
Do we have a second? Thank you. Further discussion?
Christine keeps me on track.
Yeah.
As she can, so.
Further
All there
discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Okay. Director's motions, 8.1, Director Lockwood.
Okay, the board authorized the release of funding for the following financial grant services for S113 and S192 for economic development and the museum for the Salmo and Area Museum Society and the Weimar Arts Museum Society in the numbers in the motion.
Your second? Yep, go ahead. Do you have a question? Comment? No? Okay. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Okay, now we have the consent agenda. Is there anything, anybody would like to pull before this is 9.1? Anything need to be pulled? Okay. 9.2 for communications. I'll just note, Director Vandenberg, you may not have seen it, 9.2.7, I did let them know yesterday that letter was ready and it was emailed to them. This is probably the first time you're seeing it, but there's a letter of support for West Preston. Any other communications need to be pulled? All right. Accounts payables, was that a hand? No. Accounts payable, any questions? All right. Director's report. So we've been doing half and half. This side of the room, I believe, is this month. Director Tierney.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, the Breakers water system, supported them with a number of grants, community development grants to install meters on their water system. The way they did it was quite innovative. They spoke 30 connections on the system. And the community got out with, it's a farming community, so they have equipment, they have a number of volunteers, they got out and installed them all themselves. So, and they found right away, like in the first week they were in, where the issues were that they were concerned about. And so they're extremely happy. And had a discussion with the community liaison officer for CBT. They're looking at supporting small scale systems with metering programs. And so I connected them with the chair of the breaker system. And they plan on using that system as an example to try to encourage small water systems to move in that direction of metering, and with support from CBT. So good success story.
Good work.
Yeah.
Thank you. Director Hewitt.
Thank you, through the chair. I'll just report on Caso's 133rd birthday, which was on August 14th. We had cake and lemonade and had lots of help getting set up. It was great. We had, it's not emergency social services. What is the E and ESS? It used to be emergency.
It is still emergency.
It is emergency. Okay. And Fire Smart and Wild Sage, which was fantastic. Spoke to them and they got more detailed engagement with residents there than they do at the Saturday market, which was good to hear. And then we awarded our 2026 Citizen of the Year to Dawn Scarlett, who was a long time volunteer with the Castle Internet Society. So he was late. He was attending something else. He didn't realize he had won the award until he ran into somebody at the library who said congratulations. And so he and his wife came, and I was able to get some photos with them. And he's so humble that he was shocked that he had won. And he also was on the Castle District Community Forest Society board for a period of at least 10 years. And that's just part of his community involvement. So very happy that he was nominated and we're able to award that to him.
It's not yay Don.
That
I just said yay Don. Director Dugan.
So as you referred to, Chair Watson, the gathering on the Hope River for our water sustainability plan was quite meaningful to have our MLA and / minister there. And I think that we're well ahead of the pack in the problem on water sustainability by taking on the study now. And I think it will have some meaningful results. And maybe we'll end up with an alternate water supply, but we're not sure. But at any rate, it was well worth the time and I appreciate the staff doing that. And from personal observation though, this summer I have seen 2 lightning strike fires started that the fire suppression crews got on very quickly and put out. And I think, if that's true elsewhere, I think they're doing a commendable job on getting on those fires quickly and putting them out. And we always used to say, well, why don't they just get them when lightning strikes? And they have on these ones and it's made a difference and I think it probably prevented some large fires. So I appreciate the work that they've done. I assume that they're effective that way in many areas where there's lightning strikes and personally, I think it's wonderful to see that.
Thank you. Director Newell.
Yeah, I'd like to report that the Sproul Creek Bridge update has begun. This has been something in the planning stages, and I've mentioned a few times. 3 of the bridges are scheduled for replacement, and we found a way to do it, notwithstanding not being able to use Community Works funds, which was the original plan. We have to go to Plan B, but it worked out. If one were to check the Area EF newsletter this week that's coming out tomorrow, you will see an action photo and a brief comment plus acknowledgement of those sponsors that have had this bridge replacement project happen. So pretty exciting. It's well-used trail, perfect, accessible, easy, and well-used. And it's not an RD trail. It's managed by Friends of Pulpit Rock Society, who have an agreement with Rec Parks and Trails.
Thank you. Director Weatherhead.
Okay, well, it's always a lot going on, but hard to talk about some of the things. First of all, the fiber to home, as it rolls out in Area K, CBT has just been so gracious in now including our community halls and our fire halls, which is a real bonus. We need that. Our fire halls are also our emergency centers. Oakers had an interesting postal code change, which gave them an Edgewood postal code. And I can tell you that that has not been at all helpful to the community of Edgewood. It has created so many issues. It's just a distinct issue. And even to the point where I now have to ask Waterbridge Ferries to give priority boarding to the mail delivery person who had to wait 3 hours in a ferry lineup just to deliver mail. So now we're kind of like dealing with that. And among other things, even Amazon orders are all getting sent back to Amazon because Amazon won't deliver it. Things like that. I mean, it's just one thing after another. And then you throw the civic address changes in at the same time, and Houston, we have a problem. So anyways, Edgewood's land donations, we have a lovely gentleman donating land to Edgewood, which has encouraged myself to step in to liaise with the community club, between the community club and himself, to negotiate the exact parameters of that land to serve both the community club for a seniors housing proposed project and for the landowner. So that has just taken up huge amount of time, but very well worth it. And we're getting to the 11th hour. I think we're finally at the signature stage. So
Thank you, Director Weatherhead.
Nice.
Director Jackman.
Sure. I don't know if last month I was sitting over there, if I was on that side or not. I think not. It seems quiet the last week or more. There's still lineups at the ferry and cars left behind at the 9 a.m. on our side and then later afternoon, but usually it's only the last week of August. It gets really quiet. It's quiet now. The community forest is reaching out to the minister about expanding, either having an expansion or a satellite site at various sites now. They're looking more broadly than what I was first suggesting. We're very optimistic there will be something released from the BC Timber Sale lands, Crawford Bay or Crawford Bay North, because I think there's great potential for some small patch logging there of select species. So fingers crossed on that. Starbelly was a decent turnout again this year. I don't have the exact figures. Interesting thing there, if anyone's gone to Starbelly Jamming, generally we've switched from the Friday night locals to the Sunday family game, avoid Saturday usually. They're at the point now where they have a fairly reliable turnout. They're looking maybe to purchase land. And so they can do more of a permanent stage setup, amenities and things that will build them out. It won't be a Shambhala, but they may mature in the next year or so, which should be kind of nice to see. The expectations and questions for the Ministry of Transportation on the ferry are still floating around. Biggest concern we have is we're gonna have the middle-sized ship, which will give the Osprey a relief. Kokanee, the right size, if they use that most of the year, we will have huge lineups because we have huge lineups for the Osprey and the Balfour right now. So we are still searching for answers from the ministry. How are they planning this? So we're gonna flip-flop between Osprey being the primary winter and Kokanee, back forth. We need this laid out now. Because staffing is such an issue. It's a little disappointing if we're not gonna get to sit and talk to the minister about this because we need some more planning. That is probably the single biggest competitor to our growth of Raleigh is uncertainty around the ferry. That was 2.5 minutes.
2 and a bit. We do have Director Gordon and David off who would be on that side of the room if they were present. And what I recalled last time when we started this is I went to McLaren Co. when I did this side, so I'm gonna do McLaren Co. and then I'll go to those online. Sorry, Director Gordon, you will be
Oh,
next.
can you do her? I'm not ready.
Oh, never mind. McLaren Co's not ready. Go ahead, Director Gordon, and then Director Davidoff.
Thank you. It's summertime in Silverton. Our campgrounds are extremely busy right now and our shops are nice and full. Our village office staff have been busy finalizing and are completing our OCP. Our council adopted it last night, so that's off the books now. Our village office has been repainted. The outside looks great and our HVAC system has now been installed. And if you have a chance to look at our Memorial Hall when you drive through town, we've got our hardy board siding all complete and we're just waiting on our generator. And other than that, that building is totally complete. We're good.
Thanks, Director Gordon. I'll go to Director Davidoff next.
Thank you, Chair. So I'll start with the Glade community at a really successful annual fishing derby, which is a very big event for Glade. We also had a structure fire that really brought to light, pun intended, the need for neighborhood emergency planning. And basically now we have a huge group of people that really want to work on that. And there was a grant that I gave that the board approved to the Glade community to start that work. The ferry, as Director Jackman pointed out, is a concern still because we've been working really hard with the coalition to get a meeting with the minister. And I'm really disappointing that the meeting with the minister at UBCM is not proceeding. I'm finding it harder and harder to get any MOTT staff to come out to anything. We've got speeding issues in Brilliant, can't get staff to come out. We've got issues in Shore Acres with the degradation of our active transportation network. MOTT staff don't want to come out. So they used to come out all the time. It's as if they're just, I understand the pressures on them financially, and maybe that's part of the reason. But it's really sad to see that we can't get, can't get to talk to anybody with the neighborhood, with the community. Really proud of our initiatives to get 2 wildland vehicles and apparatus for our 2 fire halls. The Pass Creek Fire Hall, we were ready to go with the funding and ready to order that equipment. And we're working on planning for the Pass Creek, or excuse me, for the Terry's Fire Hall to accommodate a wildland vehicle and possibly have that wildland vehicle in Glade across the river for during the wildfire season. That's something that we need to do a lot more discussion on. So other than that, hopefully the smoke clears a little bit more. You'll notice my throat is hoarse and really affected by the smoke. It's really awful. And let's hope we get a little bit of rain to be able to do some work outside. Thank you, Chair.
Inspector Duda. You ready, then, McLaren Co?
As ready as I'll be.
There you go.
Okay, timer on. Thank you, Chair. Just, it's a bit of a grab bag because it's been a couple months since I've had a report, but yeah, it is summertime. We've had the revival of some fun activities in the community. Build, Bail and Sail being one of them. If you know anything about building boats on a beach, it was a fun event. We haven't had fires very close to the cusp, but the impacts of the wildfires has been felt, I think, in town. Anecdotally, I think things aren't as busy as they have been in, say, last year when it was actually a very nice summer. So it's not just the direct impact of the wildfires, it's the ripple effects throughout the province that are being felt. I was invited to a sunrise ceremony back at the beginning of July or late June, so like literally the earliest day of sunrise of the year. It was an early morning for a international caribou summit, which brought together a lot of stakeholders, including a lot of First Nations, which was really interesting because it had the Snipes from Colville Confederated Tribes, as well as Canadian First Nations, and hopefully that is the start of some kind of internal reconciliation amongst those groups there, because there has been friction in the past. UBCM is coming up, the convention, so it'll be my first full year being on the executive, so I'm looking forward to running the small talk forum there, among other things. And another thing that has come up over the past couple months is it's sort of in, sort of not in Central Kootenay, but there has been some concern about forest service roads and access to the public in the Kamloops Valley and Ratty Creek Road. So there's, if you haven't heard about it, there's a lot of lobbying about shutting down access to the backcountry. So that's my 2 minutes. Thanks.
Okay, so we have two items to go back to. The first one is 3.1.1, the third motion, which is from Nelson District Rec Commission. Yes.
Who does not pass a motion that we're considering
Per motion.
at the same time?
So we're moving a motion to reconsider.
Just the poll from.
Okay, so we have a motion to lift them from the table, both of the items. Moved, seconded, discussion. Then no, hold on. We're lifting, we're in the middle of a motion, so if it's not on the motion, hold on. Further discussion on lifting those items? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. There's currently no motion on the floor. What's your entirely different question?
Well, my question was, item 945, with, about an interview I did at FCM, and the link, it's just a question to staff, if they could post the link, directly, through, goodness gracious, through Messenger, so that you can just click on it, because otherwise, you'll be able to get it.
It is an e-scribe and you can just click on it.
Yeah, so I, sorry, I didn't see it in the
Yeah.
screen.
Okay.
Thank you.
So, the first one being Nelson, that motion.
Move recommendation 4.
Seconded.
As what's in the agenda?
Yeah.
Okay, so let's just, so moved and seconded on the floor. This is 3.1.1. Motion 4 is on the floor. Discussion. Well. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried.
For the proof,
You just want to thank your colleagues for working things out with you? Without talking. Okay, now next item is 6.1.3. We are going to, we do have staff, but what I would, do you want to speak first? I was also gonna ask, Chair Hewitt for that committee to give an overview on the discussion. So do you wanna do a quick overview or start with? Yeah. So as the chair at CSLAC, would you like to please give an overview on this discussion from CSLAC?
Well, through the chair, we limited our discussion at CSLAC because this discussion really needed to happen at this table because it involves all directors. And I will leave it at that and let, because Paris took plenty of notes and she can address what we discussed in more detail and where we might go forward.
The only note I'll add to that is we did clarify in that conversation that there is no rush to move to a motion today. And I think that's important for the board to hear. That this is kind of the initial board discussion around governance on this service. So no rush to get to a motion, but I will also pay attention to time in terms of how far we go down discussion. Paris, over to you.
Thank you, through the chair. Yes, and that's where I start as well, is that the ideas are presented for consideration for discussion. And they're presented at this time as concepts. And so a lot of the details that may be requested in terms of exact costs are details that we can provide at a later date. And so it was a proposal that was requested from the board on the future of this function of the regional district. And so there's 2 points that are made within the report, that the values have been established, that the value of this service has been shown and demonstrated. And now we've distinguished between the function of it as a regional, regional service, and then also project specific, which is often area based or sub-regional based. And so as such, we've divided the funding into 2 pots. How does it serve the region as a whole? And so all participants, all directors paying, or all members of the board paying, and then looking at how do we pay for that second portion, which is the project specific. We've made a recommendation of number 2, which is a split between rural. I do have some more detail because that wasn't one of the questions that emerged at the table at CSLAC. CSLAC is that concern around rural paying twice. And again, if we think about it as serving 2 functions, paying for a regional function and then paying also for a project-based function, then it's not necessarily the same pot if it's being paid for 2 services or 2 functions within one service. But I do have responses to the questions that were raised at CSLAC, and I'd be happy to go through them at the discretion of the chair or wait until other questions are asked.
I think it would be helpful to go through the questions and then we know what has been asked and answered so far.
Great. Thank you, through the chair. So one of the questions was, as I was mentioning, that concern with the proposed model 2, where base 50%, and again, these numbers can be worked through whether it's 50% or another percent is paid by general admin, and then the remaining 50% is paid by rural service 101. And again, it's that point that it's not the same dollar twice, so to speak. That it separates between the benefits that are achieved at a regional level, which everyone benefits for, and then there's project specific, area specific, or sub-regional specific benefits. And those cross over also to example number or model number 4.
So Paris, 1 second, if we can turn off the ringing phone, it does make it hard for directors to hear. Sorry, Paris.
All good.
Thank you. Go
So
ahead.
distinguishing that there's another function that happens within this work. And so whether or not it's paid exclusively by rural affairs as is proposed in model number 2, or if it's paid for but through what's proposed through model number 2, model number 4, which is more of a fee for service model, which is something we see with GIS. So again, just trying to distinguish that we haven't necessarily tried to penalize rural. And then again, in my quick calculations, and this would have to be verified by finance, but in the quick calculations, even with the model, even with the payment as it's proposed in model number 2, all the rural communities, all the current members of CSLAC are still paying less than they do pay currently. So it is a reduction of cost on that level, because it's shared out more generally. There was also a question of, is there value? And so what are we trying to achieve and what are we trying to do with this work? And we're really trying to find a permanent home for this work so that we stop being within a container that is being eroded because people are pulling out. And so trying to find a permanent home so that this work can continue and bring value to the region as a whole. Who participates? There's a question about who participates and what happens to existing projects. So the participation potentially gets broader. Currently, it's the 9 rural areas, or the 11 rural areas rather, and 2 municipalities, no, not 11 members in total. And so that would get broader. It would be appointments by the board, so determining, and those kinds of questions of exactly how many people sit around the table are questions that we would have to determine. And namely, the board would have to determine how many people. Composition would get settled in the terms of reference, and existing projects keep running under their current agreements and grants. And we've staged it as a multi-year wind down. So we're bringing it to you now so that potentially it can get incorporated into the budget discussions for 2027. But we ultimately see this concluding in 2028 with the bylaw rescinding as well. There's questions about using this as a catch-all and bringing in service administration, and I may not have understood that adequately, but it does provide a good opportunity to be a committee of a whole type function or type catch-all. The function of what CSLAC has done is scoped ideas and allow them to be explored and piloted for the benefit of the region as a whole. And so that we wouldn't want to lose that function necessarily. We still want to be able to explore ideas, understand their value, pilot them potentially with that $25,000 grant, and then explore whether or not they're a program or a project and see how much resonance and how much value they can provide for the broader community. Do you want me to keep going? No.
Well, why don't we pause there and we'll take discussion now and okay. Jacqueline.
Yeah, thanks. So through the chair, and thanks for referring to committee of the whole time. I looked at where the value is, where the cost is, where the work is. Most of the work is through S100. We're accessing grants and the like through S100. Goes through, we have a pretty efficient allocation system where money goes to whatever department it needs to go to. You don't have to necessarily have a compartmentalized lens or group of people that everything goes through. It is good to have a few people who are well versed, have the overview of the sort of things we've been doing historically to see as the work flows through and help CEO and senior management maybe and parsing work out. But the majority of what we do now does not have to be done under a service such as S105 whatsoever. I think that's where we've landed. So now attached to this process of scoping out ideas, looking at stuff, we still have a committee, $18,000 a year, which is not a huge amount of our budget. If you do that 20 times, it is a huge amount. So every time we can look at, are we best using our time, our money, our staff's involvement? This is not 18,000. To sit down, it's a hard cost of us, 18,000, but it's always more. So this is where I said, well, maybe we should be thinking, adding to the mix, is this best destined to become a committee of the whole? In my mind, that is the place to have a conversation about ideas without the board process of where it's a motion. Hey, let's do this. And without enough discussion, understanding, we either say, yeah, let's do this. And then later say, oh, smokes, why did we do this? Or we refer it, and we refer it. Instead of the committee of the whole conversation, which is a pretty common tool in local government, to have conversations. My take on it, as I said at CSLAC, was Jim Gustafson was struggling to pigeonhole our requests into a service. So he said, well, let's try this. Let's do a service where we mostly contribute, where we flush out ideas. Some of our partners at the board said, well, they already do that. They'll do it on their own. But really, what it's boiled down to is if it's an ideas thing, a conversation, no firm commitment, no, let's do this and vote on it. Is that not what a committee of the whole is? I sat in on a few, municipal committees as a whole. So I think our efforts should include, would we get better value out of a committee of the whole structure for conversation If there's an opportunity to access money, the staff, wherever they're housed, the planning side staff would maybe still be housed in planning. It would help us out, and if we want to reach for that and go that direction. I do not think there's very much value now trying to retain something that's called sustainability. Because that in itself limits the ability to have a conversation about good ideas.
So we've got Popoff, Davidoff, and Gordon so far. One there. Go ahead, Director Popoff.
Thank you, Chair. Through the chair, I'm looking at the projects that we have already on the go. And the question is, I fully don't understand what Director Jackman mentioned, the committee as a whole. But what will happen to all those projects that are there if we don't approve the standing committee of the board?
Paris?
Thank you, through the chair. So, part of our hope is that part of our intent to bringing it forward now is that we could make the changes for the 2027 budget time, because we know.
I can't hear.
Sorry, Paris, you need to speak
Okay.
louder.
Part of the concern at this time is that based on the current membership of CSLAC, we're seeing an increase of membership costs for 2027. Where we're really seeing the implication of costs is in the 2028, because current members won't be actually leaving until the end of 2027. But our concern is that we want to make the changes now so that we have a new funding structure, and so that the current members of CSLAC don't have an unreasonable cost to running the committee.
So just to clarify, current projects don't get altered, they continue
Current
as
projects
is.
don't get altered, yes.
Thank you.
Yes, and so my question is that CSLAC would remain, if we don't make a decision today, we'll keep going with the function, because we wouldn't rescind the bylaw.
Correct, but just noting what currently is occurring and has a plan. It's good to go. How we govern in the future is the question at hand. Go ahead,
Yeah,
supplemental.
that's supplemental. So I'll give an example, the Slocan Lake and River Partnership. It's a current project and, the idea is to have it grant funded, but where will the decision-making process be? Will it still be in that partnership? And where financially will the money be stored? What service? Does it have to be a service or that's the question?
Through the chair, everything needs a service.
Yes.
And it's just, whether it's CSLAC or whether it's A108 that gets funded by general admin, that's the decision that the board needs to make.
And I think there's two different aspects here. There's funding and there's how we discuss what we're doing and make decisions. Funding perspective, it has currently a warehouse of S105. We're currently not in this moment changing that. If that changes, we'd have to figure out where that money comes from. Governance wise, the discussions in terms of your decision at that partnership, it's an external partnership. Our staff involvement would it's currently housed in S105. But your decisions remain at the partnership table. That doesn't change in terms of how we might change your discussions. It's partnership at the Slocan, same with KLP. We're not changing their governance structure. We're changing possibly what we're doing.
Yeah.
Paris?
Correct. Yes, I'm just going to say what you said, thank you.
Okay. Weatherhead on the list. Do you have another question or can we keep going?
Yeah, keep going, but I don't fully understand, but keep going. I won't.
Okay. Director Davidoff.
Yes, thank you, Chair. So I made a comment at the CSLAC meeting about, I understand how we started. I came on very shortly after CSLAC, after the initial CSLAC discussion took place as a director. And what's really interesting is I made a comment and asked a question about how we got to get our act together as a board to figure out what benefits all of us and how we should pay for that and how it should be operationalized. What was really interesting, Angela sent out the director's schedule of the orientation meetings from 2022. There are 12 workshops that were held in November and December of 2022. 5 of them were development and community sustainability, dealing with community sustainable living advisory committee initiatives, dealing with wildfire, flood mitigation, dealing with watershed governance, dealing with climate action. And that department, then we had a separate workshop just devoted to the committee work for the committee members. We elected a chair in 2022. So the key thing is that we have a whole department that is named Development and Community Sustainability. And the key thing is that's what we have. And the orientation was dealing with all of these things, and the topics that we talked about impacted all of us in the RD. So we've kind of, and then we had people pulling out of the CSLAC, and we'll get to a solution. I know we'll get to the correct solution for our board, but the key thing is that what work are we doing that we really value that benefits all of us? And how do we get all of us on side that the work we're doing does benefit all of us? I mean, watersheds, municipalities, many municipalities are getting their water, it's surface water. So the watershed is really important. But how do we deal with this? So for me, it was trying to understand and I guess trying to get us all inside of some values that we have that we could all support. We'll figure out the logistics of, you know, the grants that we get and everything else. Like I'm sure we'll come to the right decision. But I think the bigger picture is if we have a whole department called Development and Community Sustainability, should that be renamed to just say development? And just eliminate community sustainability from the name of that department? And then I've had constituents ask me saying, well, look at all the money we're spending. I think the number was 14.1 staff dealing with sustainability, community sustainability initiatives. And apparently that is one of the biggest FTEs for staff in the province. And so there's a whole bunch of either misconceptions, misunderstandings. Yeah, we're going to move to a simpler kind of way of operationalizing how we spend money that we receive by way of grants. But if LGCAP funding continues, things like that happen, I think we need to do a better job amongst ourselves, but also for our constituents so that they understand what it is that we're working on. So I just want to make those observations, and it really came home to roost here when that orientation meeting schedule came out. That was really interesting, just to revisit. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. We're not renaming a department, we're just talking about one service.
Mark can speak to that if you want.
Yeah, please do.
So through the chair, community sustainability at the time of the 2022 orientation also included emergency management. Reported into that service as well. So we wanted something that encompassed all of that mitigation, sustainability, emergency management work. So that's a title that's left over from that. Emergency management is now moved back out and is with fire and emergency services together. So yeah, could there be a renaming? Possibly.
Director Gordon. And you're still in this service, correct? I just wanted to check on that. Yes.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, great.
Thank you. And through the chair, back in 2024, the Village of Silverton actually passed a motion to opt out of the CSLAC service. We're 2 years later and we're still in the service, and our taxpayers are paying more and more every year. Like they mentioned, our tax requisitions keep going up every year, and the more people that are pulling out, the bigger increase that goes on to the Silverton taxpayers. I struggle with how long it takes to get out of a service. That's something I'm dealing with internally. I do struggle with this service itself. I haven't been part of this table long, but I see a lot of overlap in this service and other services we already have. An example of this is the fact that we talked about transit for half an hour at the CSLAC meeting on Tuesday. We have a whole other service for transit. I don't see why we spent another half an hour talking about transit in that meeting. Saying that, I'm actually not in support of any of the options put forward by staff. Director Jackman mentioned holding committee of the whole meetings to discuss those one-off projects, and I think that that might be the best way to approach dealing with some of those items instead of making it another core service.
Thank you, Director Gordon. I'm just gonna flag with you if you can follow up with staff that that motion was never done at the board table, so it didn't get to us. And so there's a process for you to do that, which is why you haven't been removed from the service.
Thank you. I'll follow up with staff. It was brought to the CSLAC table.
Thank you. McFadden.
Great. Yes, I echo some of what my colleagues have said, but I struggle with this. I don't want to be a part of this as a city. And so I think this appears to be forcing more taxes onto those of us who aren't a part of a service already. And I don't think that's appropriate. I think that there was a service created, people chose to take on that work, and to now expect the rest of the table to pick up work that they didn't actually approve to take on in the first place. I think we were created for a certain purpose, and a lot of this work is outside the scope, and in a time where taxes are already challenging and we got enough offloading onto us, I'm not sure why we're picking up work that actually wasn't what we were created to do in the first place, which is core services. And so I am completely against this. I do not want the city to be paying into this. I don't have a problem with certain parts of it that may come to the table. I agree with the committee of the whole. It's very effective to have a space where you can have more open dialogue of, does this fit into our strategic plan? Because if it's not in your strategic plan, then it should not show up anywhere else in the work that we do as a board. So whatever shows up in your strategic plan and orientation shows up in the work that you do for the next 4 years. Anything outside of that shouldn't show up unless we're forced to do it by other levels of government. So anyways, those are just my thoughts. I don't think that moving it to, if the committee itself is deciding that it does not want to continue, then I'll pull out and close down the committee. But I think moving that to everyone having to be a part of it is not the move here.
Dr. Page.
I think there's some really interesting ideas around the table. I think what's been laid forward in terms of the coordinating piece and the governance piece and the place to have the conversation makes sense. I think it makes sense to have a bucket where we are having those particular discussions. And I think that's true because the ground underneath us is shifting actively. We are definitely we've definitely moved into a 1.5 degree of warming world, and we're moving towards a 2 degree reality and potentially further, which means the way business as usual has operated over the last 200 years is not the way it's going to operate over the next 50. And that is a drastically different space when we're trying to anticipate how to deliver core services over the course of the next and upcoming years. There does need to be a place where we particularly are having conversations to help our organization and the services we deliver and how we protect community in that environment. It is obviously a broader problem beyond, but if we're not creating enough space for that reality to have those conversations, we will be on poor footing, looking at historic data, trying to anticipate where we need to position those services. And so I am for creating that space. I don't mind model 2 that's been presented, where the shared cost is just the facilitation of those conversations and governance, and actual delivery of projects happens at a localized level. I think that's a modest amount of risk. I think where we see a big challenge, and it was just highlighted, is how do we incorporate the conversations from the municipalities that have their own plans? And those plans are good and fine within the container that they live in, but they are also incredibly limited in how they can be effective when they just live in their own container. And so it's like, how does Castlegar and Nelson and Caslow and Preston integrate to a larger plan, or at least knowing where where one ends and the other begins? And there's differences of opinion there, and I think it's a conversation for the future. I would be okay right now moving this board into a drafting phase. I will not get into like the branding of what it could or could not be called. But when I look at the tactics and the projects that are being taken on, like we do deliver core transit. And if the reality of how we deliver transit in the area was gonna stay the same for the next 50 years, that could just stay at the West Kootenay Transit Committee. But if it drastically needs to change because we need to do more we need to deal with the emissions from transportation, and we have to make further investments and pilot things and try things to make it more effective because that reality is shifting. We need to have somewhere we're having that specific conversation. And if we were dealing with another existential crisis, we may require a different kind of committee. But the existential crisis we're dealing with is that the foundation of how our world works is changing immediately now, and we're already behind in the actions we're taking. And whether the rest of the world is able to figure that out, our area will be dealing with the repercussions regardless. So how we position ourselves in our communities to deal with that is probably some of the most important work we're going to do for the rest of our lives.
Okay, letterhead. Thank you. There's just I flagging a couple of these things when I was reading through this. One of the questions I had was about when we get into cost sharing questions. I think that's a really big question because you're going to have some projects that could benefit an area that doesn't really have much to share with in terms of, geographical locations and yet could benefit that area, but there's not really a good funding container in any kind of sub-regional way that way for like a service that's already set up. The other one was water services. I understand that Natural Asset Management, RDCKO, and water systems, an asset management function, like when they were talking about this, but then including watershed into a water service when the only people that are paying into that are those that are on that water service, that could get extremely costly to those little tiny systems. So that was just something that I had red flagged there.
Okay, I'll take the chance to say some notes. So for me, I did separate this between governance and funding, because I think those are two different mechanisms, even though they need to connect at one time. And starting with the reality that Director Page, I was sharing with Vice Chair at lunch that it's been really heartbreaking this summer to hear my son talking with his friends about the smoke and can they do anything and should they know about the fires. And while I'm like, great for you for being educated, I was really reflecting on how I didn't think about any of those things. I never thought about those things. We were doing all sorts of things that were likely unsafe, but we were never considering big emergencies like we do. Or when I first started here and we didn't have a separate emergency department in a different building because of the amount of resourcing we needed to do that. So for me, it's not a question of, is it real? It's a question of everything that has been indicated would occur is occurring, and it is increasingly occurring. The other context for me is being on call 24/7 is been a reality for 8 years, short of when I delegate. And that's really interesting to go through that process and have the ability to watch things to know what might be occurring where. That is new ways of operating in local government. So I don't debate if this is happening, it is happening. What our powers are within that realm is definitely, we're not going to change it solely at this table, nor do we have much of the authority to do so. However, I myself am not a passive person in that process. I do have a truck, yes, I have a truck. But when it comes down to where can we make most effective changes, when I look at what we have done through that service, it's food systems. I do have a background in food systems. I was a farmer, so for sure biased, but I also love to eat and I like good food, and I don't like the fact that good food means you have to be making a good income to get, so, or access. So to me, that has always been an issue that locally we can support so many organizations. We never in-house that work. We supported all those out there doing it. And I thought that was also a great government. The other one in terms of Transit, yes, we did have a really long conversation on transit the other day, but it was not the classic transit, it was active transportation. Which one of the options in that discussion was, do we amend our transit bylaws to recognize transit is not just the classic form anymore? It now involves where you can, which is actually mostly around municipalities and congested areas where you have trails that you can use to get to different areas and not use a vehicle. We could do that. Everything, I did actually double check, everything that we currently do have in that service as a project is tied to our strategic plan. I did want to go back and check that. We're not outside our strategic plan in any of those projects. So for all of those aspects, this is an important piece of work to me. I am in no way interested in taking on more authority than is reasonable or at our capacity or feasible. In fact, I'm one of the first to tell the province, you need to chill in terms of what you're asking us to do. When I look at how much we are doing that has come to our table without the option, we are significantly involved in climate change mitigation and risk assessment before we're even asking ourselves, do we want to be? Via Emergency Management Act, fire services, water services that need asset management plans. And that's part of that 14 FAE are all of the people doing that. The organics program didn't have to do that, but we know it directly will support us financially when we reduce what's in our landfill. So it was an economic decision as much as it was an environmental decision. So when it comes to governance and funding, for me, governance, whatever you want to call it, committee of the whole, for me, what I'm most interested in is what are the municipalities doing that can be integrated into what we're doing? We operate in silos still. And the reason why people pulled out a CSLAT didn't have as much to do with issues with the problems. I don't think anybody was going to say, I really hate that you're talking about watersheds right now. It was more about, actually, this is a financial thing I can take off my budget, so I'm going to just withdraw. So it wasn't about the value in terms of ethics of what we were doing. It was a lot more, and this was based on the surveys, based on the financial ability to reduce your budgets. By all means, that was your choice. So that is the dysfunction of the service that didn't relate to the value of doing what we were doing. And again, that was based on surveys. So when it comes to governance, the ability for us to have the time to sit in a conversation, by all means, I'm your chair that keeps you going so fast, and I gotta keep myself going here. We don't have discussion space for these bigger topics. And I would love to know what the city of Castlegar is working on. I would love to know how Nelson's working with their compost issues. And so a committee of the whole, whatever that is, where we come to the table and say, like I did share with Mayor Hewitt, they have a transit, an active transit plan. I only got it on referral. I would love to have been engaged in that. I told her I wasn't picking on her. I was just saying that municipalities are a part of us. We're not a part of the municipalities. So for me, my interest in governance is bringing what is everybody else doing and how do we work as a team on those things? Because if anything, the world is on fire and we need to be a team. My number one goal right now for my own ability to look at how the world is going is watershed supports. If the water's in the ground and the trees are healthy, you can fight a fire or have less fires. That's just my common sense. I'm betting it with experts. So I would love to see some kind of committee that brings all that to the table where we can work as a team. When it comes to funding, I really appreciate that actually most of these projects, short of staff time, are already in either S100, S101, or the appropriate services where they land. That model, I really appreciate in a regional district because you can be like, oh, this is area J, it goes to area J, there's a service for it. We're not all paying for everything that's happening here. So that's been working really well. S105 is not working because there was a way to save money and people did that. And now a bunch of us are going to pick up the slack. And if you can all leave, I'm all leaving too, because Dee's not paying for everything, that's for sure. So when it comes to funding, I like the model options that I've proposed. There's still more work to do on how that lands. Rural being a participant in general and rural for me was a double payment, but thank you for answering that question. And then the last note I'll just make is a lot of the R&D projects that are really focused on, because they were really about the farmers and or the grid issues out there. I predominantly funded with community development, which I have and municipalities don't. So I could do that and then seek staff support where it was appropriate. So I really have appreciated the ability to be as localized as possible and the community needs, while also saying, world's on fire, what are we doing and how can we be effective at it? The climate change plan, as much as I know where staff was trying to go with that, and we did so much in 2 years, being productive and tangible in our actions is probably my number one interest. Okay, that was enough for me. What I would recommend process-wise is that we refer this motion back to staff with everything you've heard, and then you come back with. That would be my suggestion. Amy Wilson, you're on the list. I'm so sorry. Go ahead.
It's okay. Thank you. It's actually easy to follow you because you actually addressed a majority of the things that I wanted to bring up. I'm new to this department, and so I don't have a lot of the history. But what triggered me putting my name on the list was the reference to the strategic plan. And when you go and look at our strategic plan, there's a lot of it that is related to this kind of work. And if it doesn't have somewhere to be addressed, I'm concerned about how we're going to action that work. And I think a lot of this work does affect region-wide, municipal and rural areas. And a lot of the work, when we get down into the actual, from an item through to a project phase, a lot of that is grant funded, whether it's from other levels of government or from the actual specific area or municipality. And that is more and more including all of our staff time too. So just a few things, and majority of the other items I wanted to point out, you've already covered, Chair. Thank you.
Thanks, Amy. Okay. Paige.
I'm questioning, you said you wanted to refer it. I'm looking at the preparation of draft bylaws and draft terms of reference, and I didn't hear anyone really put up too much guff about Model 2 versus the other models. And I'm just wondering if we're just inducing another cycle and giving people more time to think with referral, or if like we have direction, we can get the draft that just keeps us moving along.
My suggestion is to refer it back to staff based on everything they've heard, and then come back to us with.
Another report, not a draft. Because I feel if we move this, they've heard direction.
It's essentially just asking staff, you've heard everything we've said. I was asking about referral because I didn't want to lose sight of it in our tracking. And what Stuart recommended was we refer it to staff to come back based on everything you've heard with new options. That was my suggestion. We can do something different. Does that clarify, Director Page?
Yeah, it clarifies. I'm ready to move the motion at least.
Okay, so I've got Vandenberg, Jackman, Hewitt. Did you just move a motion, Director Page?
I would have it seconded. I'd move the recommendation.
The recommendation as is.
Second that.
Okay, the motion as is on the floor. Same speakers list. Okay, Vandenberg, go ahead.
I'm sorry, I was leaning towards the referral and to have come back to us what we've heard, because there's been some interesting ideas. I think that, I don't know that I necessarily agree with the Model 2, but I didn't know that I had to have that conversation. So I don't think that I'll be able to support the motion.
Okay.
I'm still here.
I had Jackman, Hewitt, and other folks, and now it's Popoff. So Hewitt was before that. Jackman also, you got Newell on the list. Go ahead, Hewitt.
All right. I just wanted to, I thought we stopped partway through Paris's presentation to take questions, and she still had more to go, but I could be incorrect.
I think we just went ahead and started asking questions, and if there was anything, there was no, Paris, was there anything else you wanted to share with us?
Thank you, through the chair. No, I just had more potential answers to questions, or questions to potential answers to questions. But I think everything has been covered. If there are direct questions, I'm good to respond to them. I've noted everything that's been said.
Okay. So Newell and Jackman were not on that list? Okay, yeah, so go ahead.
With me?
Yes.
Yeah, thanks. Well, now this is a recommendation, so list is really moving away. We've talked about the world changing. This organization's changed. I'm gonna go say Jim Gustafson again. We were in more of a functional silo management system back when Jim was CEO. And he was being challenged with a way to field ideas, fund the very initial stages, and make something happen. So we created S105, which was fine at that time. We now have a much more sophisticated system through Stuart as CEO and CFO previously, where we have allocation, we have a more of a matrix management system, which is entirely appropriate for this size of organization. You can't say, oh, I work in water, I have a truck, I can't go get something for the rec center because I work in water.
we're well beyond, I must have this time.
I know, I'm just
We
trying
are
to follow
well
you.
beyond the organization we were when we created S105. Today, I would say it would be a mistake to create S105. That's what I'm trying to drive home.
Okay.
Today, what we still need on your governance point is a way to hold a conversation without being a board where we make a motion, say, let's do this. We get ourselves in over our heads because we didn't have a conversation. Normal process in local government is to have a space for conversation. I heard that 15 times around. This recommendation preempts all of that. It preempts looking at the fact that S105 is maybe past its best before date for two reasons. They're more sophisticated on the accounting, share resources, whether somebody's embedded in planning, embedded in water, embedded in waste management. We have a way to pick the best staff to tackle something. So we have a conversation, who can do something, how can they fund it? We move on from there. We're not lacking anything on how to finance any of this today. The only thing we're lacking is a space for a conversation. So I would rather, the first thing we see is a response from staff, and I will move referral to the committee of the whole concept. How can we perform better to give better direction to staff and then let them apportion it out with all the tools they have to solve our problems? I move referral of this recommendation.
I second. Okay, just to be clear, if you're referring the motion, that doesn't change what we're asking. We just get the same motion next month.
Yep, that's fine, because
But I think you're asking for it to be amended or at least recommended based on input today.
Direction.
if I can for the
Stuart,
second time,
no,
I have made
Stuart.
comments
I know. you made
previously for
comments.
consideration.
Jackman,
Staff
Stuart
is,
would like to speak.
staff can give back whatever they give back.
Through the chair, I just want to speak to the relationship to the committee of whole in this motion, because I don't think this motion excludes the ability for you to move forward with the committee of the whole. Because creating a standing committee of the board could be the committee of the whole, and all C-SLAC items are within the purview of that committee to discuss. And it actually might be beneficial in looking at our other committees. And the one that jumps to mind is the Emergency Program Executive Committee, where we've only got 5 members who talk about things that impact the entire regional district. So move that over to the committee of the whole, so they can have more discussions around that and absolve the Emergency Program Executive Committee. So I think that this motion does not, it doesn't block the committee of the whole from the discussion. I think it could, staff could still come back with a recommendation around something like that. But we could also look at it broadly across the organization to see how we can be a bit more efficient today on days like today, where items are at the committee of the whole.
So I want to clarify something before you speak again. If this is referred, we get the motion back, but you're saying the committee of whole can be considered, what about all the other aspects? Does staff come back with the input to say, so here's what else we might recommend?
Yeah, through the chair, we could come back with something that could represent the conversation we've heard. And
We have onto the list.
yeah, it could be shifted by 50%, it could be shifted completely on its head, depending on where we land. But I haven't, I wasn't party to all of the conversation at CSLAC yesterday. So Amy and Paris and myself can get together and discuss those items and see how we come back, if it's referred, with something that would meet the expectations of the group.
So Jackman did refer and it was second. I was clarifying the intention of that. If that is the referral, then we're on referral discussion. Jackman, back to you. You're still referring.
Yeah, this narrows the scope. with
Okay.
Funding model too.
Okay, so
I
if we're
think we
on,
need staff to come up with a new idea.
okay, so it's been referred. On referral. Pop up.
Yeah, thank you. On referral, there was a lot of comments made here, so those comments would be considered.
That's what we just clarified. Staff
Okay.
will come back with all of the considerations.
Yeah, so the other aspect, there are projects there that are only area. One area will benefit from
On referral.
on referral. So those will be addressed.
Yes.
Staff support is my concern about that.
Yeah, you're not losing that staff support. Newell on referral?
No.
Lunn on referral? Okay. All those in favor? Opposed? Recorded opposed? Paragraph?
It's just switching hands.
Oh,
It's a sore shoulder.
okay.
Sorry, Chair, are you wanting to put a date when this returns back to the board, or is it just?
When staff is ready with it, I think. Yeah. Okay. Okay, I did miss something at public time. Where are we on the agenda? Are we done with open?
Yes. Yeah.
We are.
In the open meeting is the next.
Okay. Okay. So I needed to we need to acknowledge someone who has been with us for many, many years. After many years of dedicated service to the RDCK, we are pleased to recognize and celebrate the retirement of bylaw enforcement officer Pam Guile. Pam began her career with the RDCK in 2010 as a dog control officer before joining the bylaw department. 2015, throughout her years of service, Pam has brought a genuine love of animals, a strong commitment to the community she served, and a deep care for the people of the RDCK. She has consistently approached life and her work with positivity, compassion, and resilience. She has also been caring and supportive colleague who has always looked out for the well-being of those around her. Pam's dedication, kindness, sense of compassion, and commitment to the RDCK and its residents have made a lasting impact. We thank Pam for her many years of service and wish her all the very best as she begins the next chapter of her life. Congratulations on your retirement, Pam. I know you can't hear me, but I'm putting it out there. Thank you for everything you've done to the RDCK and the communities. And if you see Pam, by all means, give her a big hug if you would like. Okay, sorry, I missed that. Now I will take can we just do our afternoon break real quick and then we'll go in Canada? Okay, 10 minutes, folks.
And all road
Recording stopped.